now. I'm very happy to announce Quentin Montardi, who is a researcher and now also transitioning into industry. He was in China for 6 years and now is back in France, and also a founder of a startup with a background in biology and pure biology. I'm super, super curious to hear the research on VR now with humans, actually. Thank you.
No. Okay. So this is perfect. Hello, everyone. So I'm happy to be here and to present what we are doing. What I will present is a mixture, a little bit of what we are doing inside of the lab and what we are doing in the company in MindVR that I run now. So I'm Quentin Montardi, and just to make a brief presentation, let's say that I'm half, still a little bit of researcher in neuroscience, working in Caen University in Normandy, especially in Vertex Lab, which means vertigo, extreme vertigo. So we work on the multi-sensory modality, sensory motricity, cognition and emotion in extreme environment, including, because that's an extreme environment, clinic and pathologies. My field in general, because I won't speak that much about it, so I'm happy to share it with, I know there are a lot of neuroscience researchers here, so I work on the link between perception, visual perception, and vestibular, so balance perception, and emotion, such as stress, anxiety. And we move to something different, so I will spoil a little bit everything I will explain after. We made a company which is called InMind VR for virtual reality, obviously, where we made software to make the life of researchers easier, to make them be able to make their own virtual environment, to synchronize all type of data, and to exploit the data. So, as I mentioned, in the lab, we work on people in extreme conditions. That could be, for example, what does that mean? You have somebody driving a Formula One car, or you have somebody checking the security of a power plant, or sometimes it can be even workload, like office having like a toxic environment or difficult environment. In all these conditions, you have humans involved, and humans with a lot of pressure, a lot of stress, and sometimes when they make a mistake, they can made a lot of huge disaster. Just think of the power plant. You are happy that the guys that are checking the security of this power plant, they are not too tired or too stressed. So we need to measure that. How do we do? There are actually two main options, plus another one. The first one is obviously the medical doctor. You will check that your heart is okay, your lungs are okay, so you will not faint or die in the middle of your work. Then in the early 70s, we started to develop all the psychological tests, psychological questionnaires. This is super useful to monitor some, let's say, psychological issues. And we are still using them. But since then, the neuroscience evolved a lot. And this is not taking into account all of what's happening in the brain. In the last 20 to 30 years, have been developed a lot of cognitive tests, cognitive toolboxes, like the one presented here. I have a laser, yeah, great. Like the one presented here, where you have to follow with a computer mouse this bubble, this green bubble. That's super easy, they're just visual motor performances, but that's already something to have an idea of what's happening in the brain. That's great. Can we go deeper? Yes, because the issue is that, um, just little parenthesis, as it has been told, I work mainly in the past with animals. So most of the example I will take come from animal. Why? Because with animals, you cannot ask them if they are happy or if they are stressed. You have to look at it using physiology, using behaviors. But anyway, the problematic is exactly the same with humans. we work in what is called a reductionist environment. We ask to the animals or to the humans, we decide, cut the brain in little function and sub-function and sub-sub-function, and we make the environment of test like super clean. We put people in front of a computer 70 centimeter away from the computer with a perfect background, with a perfect luminance. We have a very specific interstimulus interval and so on. Why? Because we want to pinpoint just one function. But when you go in real life, this function is interacting with a lot of other function. And then all the measure we did, in fact, all the experiment we did for the last 30 years, they become kind of useless. We can still use them, but it's very blurry. And that's an issue we have to solve. And this is where virtual reality make a huge, make a big move. We also use it on animals, by the way, but now I switch to human. The goal of virtual reality is really to have something more realistic while still controlling most of the environment. So we can still pinpoint specific function, cleaning the rest. So based on this statement, what are we doing in the lab? How do we use virtual reality? In our lab, we use it, as I mentioned at the beginning, to look at clinic and extreme environment, mainly on what is called postural control. So the way you can stand, the way you can walk, feeling the gravity, feeling where is the top, where is the bottom. That's why you have on the top of this image, you have one guy with the head turning. This is vertigo, and this is a very difficult condition that I'm sorry to say, but a very high proportion of us here will have in the next 20 to 30 years. I don't know if I'm good in math, making the average of the ages of everyone. But you have also some people working on liking extreme condition, like climbings. We explore all that, and I will give you two examples of what we do in the lab. We also work, obviously, with brain VR interaction, especially not only how we react to VR, although we have some experiment on stress, for example, and to coming back to the previous talk where we used VR to put people in less stressful environment and more naturalistic, but we'll speak about it later. But we also work on virtually induced motion sickness. And we are one of the few teams in Europe deeply working on that specific question. Why are we sick when we put VR? Not all of us, thankfully, but some of us are sick and do not want to use it anymore. So we have some ways to detect that in advance and to mitigate. I don't say solve the problem, I just say mitigate. We work a lot on multisensory integration, and in particular, I will come back to it right after, but on the everything related to vestibular disorders. And we work, which is a big part of our work, especially in the company, on updating classic protocols. Because now, most of the protocols we do for humans, they are like the one I presented at the beginning with the computer mouse and with the computer mouse, like following the dots. They are nice, but in 2D, in front of a computer. We need to do that in a more realistic environment, and that necessitates a lot of, not sometimes difficult, but most of the time no, a lot of work just to update that in 3D in a real environment. So, speaking about perception and posture, these are examples of protocols we are doing in the clinic right now. So with patients. These are patients with vestibular disorders. So they had many different types of condition like Meniere disease or triple PD, the condition that basically either you have vertigo and you have to sit down, or sometimes you just fall on the ground and really do not feel well for many hours, where you feel like the world is turning around you. So just imagine a huge hangover, but like multiply it by 10. And to measure the posture and the perception of the gravity of the patient, we use this three experiments. The static posture is simple. We put the people here in this virtual environment, looking right there, and we ask them to stay still. That's simple. You just put a headset and that's over. But gradually, without telling them, little by little, we tilt the image. And what do? If they are very visual, they tilt with it until they fall down. So we just measure when they will start to fail. We also have what is called the VVS, Visual Vertical Subjective. That's relatively similar, but we ask the people not to stay still. We ask them to put this red bar vertical. And for some people, it's really difficult. We ask them, what is the verticality? And this is very subjective. And we also use this, so this is the same kind of paradigm, but more like a torture version. All the dots are moving inside of the 3D environment, so the people are like super dizzy. And we remove, if we remove this this red line, we can even do training and rehabilitation to try to rehabilitate their capacity to stay still while the world is turning. And we add some qualitative measures, which is great because I told you that questionnaires are still useful. So this one is in French, sorry. Yeah, I did not have the English version. But this is especially for, you see this word, nausea. So in fact, using all that, we also work on virtually induced motion sickness. So that's what we do in clinic. But we go deeper. We also do, I see that, okay, half time. We also do some spatial cognition, obviously, because the vestibular system is very deeply linked to the hippocampus and then to all the memory of space. And why is there a mouse here? It's not only because I love mice. It's just because we mimicked what we do in animals, but in humans, and especially in patients, that works. So we did a radial maze. This is a radial maze. In theory, you have this kind of devices for rodents. You put the rodent in the middle, a little piece of cheese, and they will have to find it, and then they are happy because they have cheese. We do basically the same with humans. We put them in the middle. They know they have to get a reward or to get a coin hidden behind a little wall, and they only have access to all these very distal cues. And then we can look at the strategy of people. Some people have distal strategy, so they will look at the environment and then make a decision. And some people have proximal strategy. So they just remember that you have to go there and turn right. But then we can just manipulate that. If we scramble all the distal cues, then we will lost one type of person, but not the others. And if we put the people not exactly at the same position, they are lost. That's for the proximal one. And that works pretty well with patients. But then we go also deeper than that, because I told that what is very nice with patient and with human is going to ecological situation. So ecological situation is, yeah. This is, so you saw the map of the city. We place people in cities. We ask them to remember the map. And after that, we place them here and say, for example, go near the second street that you saw on the map. And with patient, it works even better than the radial maze. Why? Because when they are in a city, in this natural environment, they remember some anxiety they could have because of all the moving objects. The vestibular patients, they are very scared of things moving around them. So that makes them even have more, it's more precise to measure the pathology because it's more ecologically relevant. But we also do that for training different types of people who are not patient at all. I will show you an example of what we did to work with the French defense, so with the militaries. They have the same question. We give them a map, and then we ask them to remember, because they have a mission, they should go there in a specific time and so on. but we increase the level of difficulty by increasing the workload. So we ask them many tasks during the pathfinding. They will have to say, okay, I saw a flight going over me. I found the yellow barrel that you will see. So this is the map that they have to remember. And all that to giving like report at some point. And just by increasing the cognitive workload, we also can measure how good they were in spatial memory. So this is like, for example, here we don't see it, but there is a yellow barrel that they had to find and so on. So this is the same kind of behavior, just in a different way, more naturalistic, depending of the type of people we will have to investigate. These are my favorite because I mentioned I work on instinctive behaviors and especially fear. So I love to scare people. With patient, especially, we use this kind of fear, which is just a fear of falling. So my accent in English is terrible. So it's either fear of hate or fear of height. I never know. Uh, one of these two. And we just ask people to move on a beam while recording a lot of parameters such as health rate, galvanic skin response, eye tracking, and we also ask them to push a button when they hear noise. That's super simple. And the more they fear, the more they are scared, the longer it takes for them to push the button when they hear a noise. That's super easy. And with the fear of spiders, we are still working on it, and fear of snake, because it's very difficult to make people scared inside of a VR environment. That's one of the main difficulty. There are some options. So originally, if I had more time, I would have presented you some papers explaining how they do. But basically, if you want to scare somebody, just distract their attention, make them do something inside of the VR, like a cognitive task, very demanding, and then scare them. And it works. There is one paper which is nice where they just ask people to work on a cognitive task, and then suddenly all the ground around them fall down and they are at the top of a skyscraper. And even people not having a strong fear of falling, we see a high raise of respiration and breath rhythm. Like, oh, okay, that's nice. um, we also work a lot on virtual reality and also 2D experiment. I mentioned it was not perfect, but it's sometimes necessary in extreme environment. So all the system we developed are made to go in extreme environment. This is an example of the Deep Climate mission with the Human Adaptation Institute, where they sent people in very difficult environments, like here the jungle in Laponia, for the very cold and dry weather, in the desert in Saudi Arabia for 40 days. 40 days. And the last one on the bottom is in a cave for 40 days without notion of time. And we use this system, including sometimes VR, to look at what happened in the brain, how this change in climate changed their way of thinking. And for example, we did the maze with the proximal or distal cues inside of the cave. And after 40 days, you can imagine that there are modification of how you understand the distal cues, because in the cave you do not have distal cues, so you have to change your way to interpret the world. And this is just a general idea because this is in development. We are designing a toolbox for neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative disorders. I will present right after how we develop all that. And we are also developing PTSD and depression toolboxes. Most of the time, we do that through collaboration with other universities or with other companies. Like with the company we have with InMind VR, we are like a hub of researcher and a hub of companies. So the problem is that we are doing a lot of things. And if we were doing like everyone, it will take ages, it will cost a lot of money, we would be broke already. And we couldn't do only one or two protocol a year, not a lot like we are doing. So to solve that problem, we developed during the last 6 to 7 years one software, which is the one just behind me, which is called VR Maze, because originally it was made to make mazes for humans. Now we are doing a little bit more, which allow to do questionnaires, 2D protocol like classical ones, 3D protocol on computer, virtual reality, obviously, I would not be there otherwise, including some uh, haptic stimulation and even olfactory stimulation. And we can even go to up to immersive room with the same system doing all the things. We made this system because originally, how much time do I have? 5 minutes. Okay. Originally, at the university, the engineer that now work for us, he's our CTO. Uh, the engineer was just fed up by all the neuroscientists coming to see him. Hey, could you make me a protocol in VR, please? Oh, could you make me a protocol in the immersive room? At some point, he thought, okay, stop. We will make one software and you will use it. I don't want to be involved anymore. And that's what we did. We have now one software that just with a graphical interface allow you to design your own protocol, your own virtual environment with scenario, with triggers, and to run it by synchronizing all type of data, all type of hardware. I told that we were a hub for companies and researchers. That's what we do. We work with a lot of people doing, for example, EEG. We work with people doing haptic system. All that is synchronized inside of the system, and it allows to also to score, so to make the basic analysis. I will come back to it later. I just have one slice about it, but most of the time that's the part that researchers does not care of. So because when you give data to researcher, they always prefer to use the raw data anyway. They they do not want to, even if you make the best system to analyze data, they will not use it. So this is an example of the protocol I shown you before, how it is made. This protocol have been made in 2 hours, which is quite quick. Okay, it has been made by the engineer, but even me, who is not coding, I don't know how to code, I could do that in some days. It's just like Lego, you know? You have the graphical interface here, and you can manipulate a little bit everything, the triggers and so on. And what could take 4 to 12 months to develop for either 3 to 4 months for an engineer, or maybe 12 months sometime for the worst PhD student, like I could have been, we can do it in 1 to 5 days. And in fact, this one have been made in 2 hours, including the physiological data recording. And we even have, like what is presented here is the data. So on the same system, you can see the quality of your data and export them. And that's the goal. This is the less important part for researcher, but the goal for us, the main part is here. We can synchronize brain data using EEG or NIRS. We can synchronize HRV, so heart rate variability, galvanic response, muscular tone, many things. That depend of the many partners we have, because we do not do that ourselves. That's too much work. We can also synchronize behavior that we record inside of the environment, or eye tracking, and we add some layers of data analysis to detect some cognitive states. But this part, as I mentioned, is not so much important for researchers because they prefer to do it by themselves, and that's good. So now our tool, and this is, I think, the last slide, or the pre-last slide. Our tool is very nice for researcher to run faster their protocol, make them faster, run them faster, and keep them in time, even when the student left, because it will still continue to work just with some click, and to transfer it to the clinic or even to the rehabilitation. We have some protocols for rehabilitation or for training for non-pathological issues. So this is a tool that allows researchers to do that, to move faster their ideas and their research into the the real life, I would say, out of the lab. And that's just a parenthesis, but on top of that, we have a lot of different use cases that going from the defense, aeronautic, research, and many more, because in all that, there are humans. And as all neuroscientists, we love to work with people in difficult condition and to torture them a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is an extremely fascinating research topic. Obviously, I am biased here, but I really appreciate this multimodal approach. So for our next speaker, we have Lucas de Bonnet, who is an undergraduate researcher at MIT and also internet famous for the thing that is on the hands, which is a really, really cool VR glove. And without further ado, I'm really looking forward to learning more about this.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe most of you have gotten a chance to try virtual reality already. So tell me if this resonates with you. You're in the metaverse, right? You're in the zone. You know what you're doing, but you're also dependent on these controllers, these pieces of plastic in your hands, in order to interact with the virtual world. And that means anytime you grab a virtual object, they all feel exactly the same. They feel like this piece of plastic, right? But it's okay. We're in 2023. We're in the age of artificial intelligence. Our headsets can now track our hands, right? So you can just use your hands in VR with camera tracking, and you'll be able to see your hands in virtual reality and interact with things. But now, you're just using your hands in thin air, and you can't actually feel any of the things you're touching. And on top of that, everybody who's looking at you is going to think you're crazy. I can't really help with that part, but I can help you feel things inside of virtual reality. Hi, everyone. I'm Lucas, and today I'm going to be talking about the project I've been working on for the last 3 years, as well as some of the things I've learned and ways that can help you in your projects. I'm also an undergraduate student at MIT, and so I'll be talking a little bit about how those things relate as well. So one of the solutions that I think is really, really cool and really inspiring is these VR haptic gloves right here. Many different companies have worked on them through the years, and what they do is they take advantage of that rubber hand illusion, where if you see your hand in virtual reality and it matches the movement of your hand, like you're gonna associate that with your hand. But then if that hand gets touched and you feel the touch in your actual hand, that's gonna lock it in, and you're gonna be like, wow, that's really my hand. And that's the thing that all of these different VR haptic gloves do. They give you that perception of touch and let you use your hands to interact with everything. The problem with them is while they're really cool, they're also super expensive. Most of them are thousands of dollars and pretty much inaccessible to any consumer or VR enthusiast that's out there. And I really got into virtual reality when I was a high school student during the pandemic, and I wanted to get a chance to try these gloves. And I pretty much had no way of doing that. And so basically my solution was to just build my own. And I argue that VR haptic gloves don't have to be that advanced. They don't have to be that expensive. The really cool thing about the rubber hand illusion is it takes actually a pretty small amount of resolution in the things that you feel in order to already add to that immersive experience. So this is my project, Lucid Gloves. It uses open source, do-it-yourself, build them yourself VR haptic gloves. They're 3D printed and about $30 in electronic parts per hand. They have finger tracking, so they'll track when you move your hands. And they also have force feedback. So that means whenever you grab a virtual object, it's going to pull your fingers back so you can actually feel the shape and the size of that object in your hand. Now, I've gone through so many different stages and iterations of prototyping. So this is the 5th one right now. Each of these stages, some of them taking months, some of them taking years. Each one of these prototypes, of course, having its own designing phase, its own testing phase, and a refining phase to really get something that works and that you can use inside of virtual reality to interact with all of those objects. Now, one of the things that I think is pretty important when working on a project is to scope like how you want to be able to use those things. And so with the gloves, a lot of virtual reality gloves out there, the way that they work is they have some kind of proprietary SDK that you connect it with the gloves and you build an experience in Unity or Unreal. And now that experience or game or app can interact with this hardware, this glove. This is not the approach that I went on this project. I actually worked with some people in the community to develop a driver, so you can actually get real impact on the apps and games that you use inside of virtual reality. And so you have a driver that interacts with some kind of runtime, be it OpenVR or OpenXR, and those are runtimes that already are compatible with apps out there, like many of the games that I play, for example. And then we also go through modding different games in order to get extra support. So for example, the haptics, be able to actually feel those objects. Here's a video of Prototype 5, this one right here, in action. So this is in a Unity demo right here. You can see grabbing cubes, stacking them. You can grab objects, interact with them, all of those things. And then shortly after, it's going to switch to a demo inside of an actual game. So this is Bone Lab. This is a game you can get on the Steam VR store. And basically, if you throw a mod in to the game, then you can use the gloves inside of the game as if they were your own hands. Different interactions, you can grab things. You can, for example, use the triggers, so it has gesture-based control. And the gloves also have a joystick, which allows you to use your hands to walk around as if it was a joystick on a regular VR controller. And also, I've gotten to show this glove to a lot of people. I run a YouTube channel, a TikTok page, and if you've ever heard of Linus Tech Tips or Thrill Seeker, both of them have gotten a chance to try these gloves.
Oh my God! Whoa! Look at that! Oh, it's thin.
So of course, you can see they're grabbing the card and how it's thin. It's not the same shape as grabbing that cube from before, which is obviously much bigger. And the other great thing about this project is that because it's open source, it means pretty much anyone can just take these gloves, take the 3D parts and 3D print them, but then they can also go and make modifications to them later. They can change the code, they can change the gloves, they can make it do whatever they want. You could add compatibility to more games. You could add new sensors or actuators onto it to make it do lots of really cool things. And that's exactly what our community has done. So in addition to running the YouTube channel and the TikTok page, I also run a Discord community where we have lots of people who work on these gloves and make them even better. Here's just a small sample of the many different community versions of the gloves that have been made, some of them that are wildly different and have spun into basically their own projects. And also, while the biggest focus that I've used the gloves for is gaming so far, other people have taken this project, again, since it's open source, and adapted it to other purposes. So for example, here in Germany, some researchers, outside of my knowledge, I had no idea this was even going on, took the gloves and did a study on how it could be used for medical teaching. And while they found a lot of really good feedback about how the gloves could be better so that they could be even more effective for this kind of thing, they said that even the Prototype 4, that's the one right before this prototype, could be effective for medical teaching. Now I want to talk about how you can take the lessons from a project like this and apply them to your own projects, applying hardware to basically any VR thing that you want. Now, here's VR today, of course. You see all of these products and they're like very polished. I mean, if you look at the Vision Pro, it's basically just one shape, right? And all of these things have been painstakingly worked on for years before you even hear about them, right? You don't even see the parts inside that make everything happen. But if we look at VR, like not too long ago, it was very much like a hacky, tinkery thing where things moved quickly, but in lots of different directions. You had flair rather than focus. And one way to further VR tech is to do this really cutting edge research on how do we, make these new technologies that can do wild new things. But the other direction is taking things that already exist and making them more accessible using cheaper and more available technologies. And these are some open source VR projects you might have heard of. For example, the Relativity headset, Slime VR, or Finally Functional's VR shoes. They're really amazing, and what they do is they take these expensive technologies and they bring them to a lot more people because they're quite a bit easier to build. And of course, here's a pair of my VR haptic gloves right there. Now, some of the advantages I would say that these homemade VR projects have. You can take risks because you're not a company that has to, respond to investors and all of these things. And so you can really try some really amazing, crazy things, like making your own VR gloves or your own VR shoes, things that, before you might be limited in the scope of what you would look at. And you can also iterate a lot faster because you can go and just 3D print something, throw some tools together, go enter a hackathon, and make something really amazing. Of course, minimizing costs, that's a huge part of this, is using cheap Chinese electronics or whatever you can get your hands on to make some really great things, especially if you're documenting those things very well and other people can build those as well. And then filling in the gaps. So if this is something that a small team of people are working on, what that allows you to do is really find some niche applications where before, like, a company might not be able to invest all of their time into making that available. So technology for accessibility is a huge avenue for this, for example. Really uncommon conditions that make it hard for certain people to use virtual reality in certain ways. Building your own VR hardware is a great way to do that, because then you can reach those people without having to make an entire supply chain to reach a small number of people that have a certain need. Now, one of the things that when you're building things yourself using available technology is you have to use some out-of-the-box creativity. So one of the things I mentioned before was limitations of the rubber hand illusion, and one of the big ones is latency. So if you have latency, so basically when you grab that virtual object, if there's time before you're actually able to feel it, that's going to be very immersion breaking, especially if that latency is quite large. And when you're working with cheap electronics, that's actually like a really big limitation. So with the gloves, for example, there's actually quite a bit of time in like the Bluetooth code, for example, in order to get a signal from the computer to the gloves and back. And that's a big issue. And so you have to really think about like different ways to solve this problem. And so the way that we solve this problem in these gloves is to manage the latency by actually predicting when you're going to grab objects and moving the motors beforehand. And the really nice thing with at least this hardware for the glove is that when the motors are in the correct position, they don't actually limit your fingers until you close it beyond a certain point. And so what you can do is you can say, oh, if the hand is closed up to a certain point, or if the hand is near an object that it can grab, move the motors preemptively, because it's not going to block the fingers until the fingers get into position. And I can actually show you how this mechanism works here. If the video is, there we go. Okay, so this little black piece right here, what you're gonna see is it's gonna rotate, and then my finger's able to move. But before it rotates, it would actually be blocking my finger. And what you can also do is move it into areas between full restriction and no restriction. And so if you're partially restricting, rather than feeling some restriction, what that really means is you're going to feel restriction halfway through closing your finger. So partial restriction would mean like somewhere around here, I can't close my fingers anymore. And I can change that size depending on the object that I'm holding. And doing it this way really lets you get around that latency problem without needing really expensive motors to move faster or really expensive, wireless communication hardware in order to get around those problems. And so that's the kind of thinking that you need in order to do this kind of DIY VR stuff. Now, one question I've been thinking about a lot is, why doesn't DIY VR hardware happen more? There's some really amazing DIY VR hardware projects out there, but they're quite rare, and they're becoming more common nowadays, but especially before, you didn't see them very often. It was usually companies that were doing this kind of stuff. And I think the biggest limitation is this communication between the VR headset and whatever custom hardware that you build, because there's not a lot of documentation out there on really how to do that. And so one solution that friends and I at MIT came up with was making this Bluetooth utility that we call the Singularity, because it takes the hardware and the headset and mashes them together. And basically what it does is it's a Bluetooth tool that allows you to connect basically any custom hardware that has Bluetooth to a VR headset and to use it in a game engine like Unity. And what we've done from there is that we've actually applied that to different opportunities around MIT for students to actually try this out. So we have a hackathon that we run every year, and I helped to run the hardware section of that hackathon, where we had people actually building those VR hardware projects. One example here, this is a VR haptic jaw. And so what this does is when you start to eat a piece of food, it pulls down on your lower jaw so you can actually feel the restriction of that piece of food in your mouth. So you can you can chew food that's not actually there. Here's another one. This is an AR storybook. And so what this does is you can be reading the storybook, and it actually has haptics in it. So you can interact with the different elements inside of this 3D pop-up storybook. Here's another one. You can see me wearing it. It is actually a bigger force feedback device. It works very similar to my gloves. However, it's for the whole arm. So there's a rope that comes from your back onto the arm and allows you to feel, for example, if you touch a wall. It doesn't let you push your hand through the wall. And all of these projects were made by students in this hackathon in the course of about a weekend. Now, in the longer time scale, we also run a VR class at MIT called 2177. And one semester we had a focus on hardware using this specific utility. And here's one example of a really cool project. This was a VR slide mill, allowing you to actually run in VR, that was built using literal trash that was found around MIT's campus by these students. So net cost of basically zero, just a bunch of time and hacking. And this is one of those projects where like you never think it's gonna come together until the very end when it works, and then it really worked for about like half an hour. Uh, but it's the kind of thing where, you know, it's a first prototype, and if you iterate further on it, like the gloves, for example, like this is down to the 5th prototype. You know, the further you go, the more polished and refined you can get these things and really get them into more people's hands. Anyway, I seem to have gone a little fast, so if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer them and talk about VR gloves and stuff. Otherwise, I'll also be trying to get some demos going over there as well, hopefully today. We'll see.
So much. That was an absolutely fascinating talk. I especially like the fact that you went to the driver level instead of having it as an SDK, because that's really a big issue in development. So I really like that, especially future-proofing approach here.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. We are a little early, so actually we might entertain a few questions. Otherwise, we could just also go ahead for the coffee break, and I guess you will be around for questions, right?
Absolutely.
There is a question, yeah.
Yes, so for the next iteration, I'm looking to ditch the servo motors right now. So basically the servo motors currently, they give you like a fixed point at which it stops your fingers. And instead, I want to try to solve the latency problem the hard way by actually using brushless motors, which can give you variable output. And so what that'll allow you to do is to feel objects of different hardness, so squishy objects versus hard objects, or for example, it could give you the feeling of crushing a can and let you feel like every little crinkle as you start crushing that can. That's what I really want to do for the next iteration. I've also been experimenting with temperature control using Peltier modules, and I'm really excited to see where it can go from there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for being there. And I guess coffee time now.
Thanks so much.
1, 2. Hello. We're ready to start, so if everyone can please come back. So, our first speaker will be online. Louder. Hello. Can everyone please come back? We're gonna have our next speaker joining us through Zoom. So hello, hi.
Hello.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear perfectly.
All right, perfect.
I'm
So
going to
our
share
next
screen.
speaker is Professor Gavin Buckingham from the University of Exeter. He is a cognitive psychologist interested in perception, illusions, sensory motor control, and virtual reality. And if everyone is here, so Gavin, whenever you're ready, the stage is yours. Cheers.
All right. Well, thanks everybody, and thanks for joining me here today and allowing me the option to do this online. I really appreciate it. I'm pretty excited here to be attending this conference and also to be, talking about some of this stuff that I've been doing over the last few years related to virtual reality and how it's become a big integral part of not only my research program, but really the directions of research that I'm hoping to be heading in future years. So as was said in that introduction there, I'm a cognitive psychologist. I'm based in the Department of Sports Science at the University of Exeter. And my research fundamentally is about how we interact with the world around us. How does the stuff in our brains interact with the stuff coming in through our eyes and our fingertips and stuff like that to build up this conscious experience of the world around us and guide our movements and things like that. So a little more mercenarily, what I have people do is I have them come into the lab and pick things up, and they tell me how heavy they feel. This is kind of a core part of what my research program is. And, it's really from these sorts of really fundamental grounds that virtual reality has become this big, really central part of my research ecosystem. Because, if we take one of the many definitions of interacting with a computer-generated environment, it's this interaction of how the human interacts with this computer-generated world that's really the most key part of this whole narrative around virtual reality for me. And, while obviously virtual reality has become this huge part of the consumer gaming ecosystem, here Beat Saber that I'm sure we've all logged many hours on, but I still think is probably the best thing you can do in virtual reality from an entertainment perspective. It's becoming this bigger and bigger part of, the wider training ecosystem. There's Premier League clubs using this program here, Rezel, and we saw the presentation yesterday from the speaker with Bundesliga buy-in from football training perspectives. The world of medicine, particularly orthopedic surgery, has been using surgical simulation, these rather crude but actually incredibly effective haptic simulators to generally experience what it feels like to do a surgical procedure before you actually do it. And this is really breaking down barriers for how medical education is progressing, and this is only going to become better and better and better. And I'm really kind of excited about the future role of virtual reality in the context of teleoperation, our ability to remotely do things from a distance. So here we have the tactile telerobot from Shadow Hand, where those blue sensors in the fingertips of the robot are sending the tactile signals back to the user that's wearing this this big haptic glove. And this is virtual reality, just not necessarily with a VR headset. Combined with a VR headset, you can imagine the exciting possibilities for nuclear decommissioning or bomb disposal or performing even a surgical operation at a vast distance when the surgeon can't get on a plane. The future possibilities for all of these things are really, really exciting to me. I'm also a big fan of virtual reality in the context of communication. And this was obviously a big feature of many of our experiences during the pandemic. You're chatting to people on Teams, and then you find yourself in a virtual reality room with someone, and the feeling of co-location with someone is profound and really, really dramatic. And the emotions that can be conveyed in virtual reality. I particularly like this table tennis one up on the top corner. You can really see the highs and lows that are going through each of our players' heads in this little GIF here. Now, virtual reality as well has also been sort of permeated by these occasional additions to the interactive mode. So, we've gone from using gamepads to handheld controllers to hand tracking. And whether hand tracking is going to become the primary source of interaction with virtual worlds, I suspect not. It's certainly become a big part of maybe, the communicative and experiential ecosystem around virtual reality. I wanted to throw this up here because I was mentioning it to Art the other day on a Zoom call, but this wonderful demo from Hand Physics Lab where you get to interact with this reflection of yourself is an incredibly powerful experience also. And if you want to experience phantom sensations in virtual reality, try and track down this early alpha demo from Hand Physics Lab. And you really do feel that tactile point on your fingertips where you touch this virtual interaction with yourself. It's a really great experience. But as I said, I'm a scientist, a cognitive scientist who does lab-based work, and I've become interested in virtual reality from that perspective. Because if I'm interested in looking at how people interact with things in the physical world and how their senses might interact with one another, virtual reality allows me to basically throw the normal laws of physics completely out the door and give me these total controls over these environmental factors of what my participants are seeing and what they're hearing, and to some extent what they're feeling in really, really standard tasks that have a nice high ecological validity, things that people really, really do. We can do in the lab in virtual reality, all the while precisely measuring their hand movements, their head movements, and in many cases, even their eye movements. And all of these things come together to form a really compelling package of work for someone who's interested in human perception and human motor control. And I really want to use the rest of this talk just giving you some examples of how I've been using virtual reality in my lab-based work and where I'm hoping to take this in the future by sort of flagging up some of the ongoing projects. Now, as I said, I run something called the Object Interaction Lab, where notionally we make people pick up objects and report how heavy they feel and maybe measure their gripping forces and their movement kinematics and things like that. And I've been doing a lot of this work in the context of weight illusions, which is this really sort of interesting paradigm where when you pick something up and judge how heavy it feels, it's not just how heavy it actually is that affects that experience. It's how heavy it looks like it's going to be. Our expectations of heaviness have this really profound effect on how heavy something feels. And some of you will have heard of something called the size weight illusion, where you have big and small objects that are adjusted to weigh the same amount as one another. And the little one feels way, way heavier than the big one because you expect the little one to feel less heavy than the big one. So you experience this contrast to your expectations. And you can induce similar effects with a whole load of other properties. Materials, another fairly obvious one. The so-called material weight illusion describes the effect where you have cubes that look like they're made of different materials that are all adjusted to weigh the same amount. So here we have a styrofoam, a cork, and a stone-looking object. And when you pick up that stone one, it feels considerably lighter than the styrofoam or styropor-looking object. Now, as I said, these effects are driven by our expectations. We expect one thing to be heavier than the other, and those expectations are sort of confounded when we experience these objects. But expectations can get into our heads, for want of a better term, through a number of different sensory modalities. We can see that an object is bigger or smaller than the other, or we can see that an object is made of a heavy-looking material or a light-looking material. Or we can feel these things with our hands. We can feel the texture of styrofoam. We can feel the texture of stone and make that association about how heavy it's going to be as well. So I've been really interested in asking the question of which of our senses do we believe the expectations from the most? And virtual reality allows us to not only look at this in a fairly obvious kind of way, but allows us to put these things in direct conflict with one another. So here's just a little video from one of our virtual reality experiments here. The participant is having the headset tracked with an OptiTrack motion tracking system, and they're having their wrist tracked as well. And they're interacting with, in this case, 3 different objects that are all made of the same material. So they all feel, as far as the participants' fingertips are concerned, as if they have exactly the same material properties. But the positions of these cubes are all being tracked in real time and displayed through the virtual reality headset in this augmented reality or mixed reality setup. And you can see here the participant is seeing these objects as all having different materials from one another. So if the participant believes their eyes, they should experience a nice robust material weight illusion. If they believe their hands, they shouldn't really experience it so much. And Caitlin Naylor, who was doing an undergraduate dissertation with me, created these really nice setups where we have these situations, just like in the video there, where the visual differences alone are there to induce an illusion, or maybe just the haptic, tactile differences are there, or maybe we can put them in conflict with one another. So things look as if they are made of granite, but feel as if they are made of polystyrene. And this is the sort of thing that really you can't do in the physical environment. You can't do on a computer screen. You can really only do in virtual reality. And these sorts of promises are really exciting. I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds about what we actually found out for this study, other than to say that the situation you saw there, where participants are only seeing the material weight illusion, well, that doesn't induce very much of an effect. We don't really believe our eyes that much, but any situation where our sense of touch is telling us that these materials are different from one another yields a far more robust illusion. So we believe the sensory inputs coming in from our fingertips more than we do from our eyes, which in the context of most multisensory integration research is a really surprising and unusual effect. Whether this tells us something about the fundamentals of human perception, or whether this tells us something about what it is to be interacting in the world of virtual reality, well, those are things that are quite difficult to pick apart. But actually, that leads quite nicely into really the crux of my talk and the stuff that I'm becoming really, really interested in. Because while virtual reality is clearly a useful tool for science and broader swathes of society from a training and a rehabilitation and a diagnostics perspective, what we really still don't have a great sense of is whether we perceive and act in a virtual reality headset in quite the same way we do in the physical environment. Maybe when we put that headset on, we're completely operating in a very different kind of operating mode. And this has been formalized in this paper by David Harris and colleagues, who provocatively suggested that we might use fundamentally different brain networks to guide our actions in virtual reality. Because when we're in virtual reality, we have vergence accommodation conflict, we have impaired or usually totally removed tactile cues to object contact. We might have subtle lags and smoothing happening to our movements. Enough things that are unusual that this might shift from dorsal stream, occipital parietal networks that normally control our upper limb actions to a more ventral stream of control with occipital and temporal brain networks driving our interactions with objects. And this is something that we can induce in the lab with manipulations similar to what happens in virtual reality. And if it is the case that we have different brain networks operating in virtual reality than we do in the physical environment, then we've got to start asking what might the consequences be of this shift for things like learning new skills, training, and even simply being in virtual reality. So obviously, these are big questions that we're very much just at the start of trying to answer. And because I work in a sports science department, we've been tackling some of these in the context of sports, and in particular, golf. Now, golf itself is a really nice dynamic visual motor task. You have to coordinate your hands, your eyes, your head to perform this thing successfully. This is golf putting we're talking about here. It has pretty intuitive performance metrics. If you're putting towards a hole, success is very easily quantified by how far away from the hole the ball ended up being. And it also has very intuitive kinematic measures. So the movement of the club head and things like that map on really well to how well you perform. And this relationship of club head speed at ball contact is quite well understood, as is the way that you move your eyes in a successful golf putting environment. Sports scientists for the last 20 or so years have been examining the duration of the final fixation you take before you swing the golf club and how that maps onto good performance. So it's kind of a really nice closed environment to start to tackle some of these big questions in a more constrained and manageable experimental way. So we collaborated with some researchers at the University of Leeds, and in particular Jack Brooks, who's a really talented developer, to help us develop this golf putting simulator. Now, this looks quite rudimentary now. Remember, this was back in sort of 2018 that we were doing this work. And it's really just a fairly simple environment where the participant is able to putt towards the virtual target there. And we get a simple performance outcome of how far away from the hole they got on average over a bunch of different putts. So it's a really nice situation that actually quite nicely mimics a lot of the lab work that goes on in sports psychology departments. So to examine this question of whether training in virtual reality leads to performance improvements in the real world, we conducted this simple experimental study where we got 40 participants who had really no experience of playing golf before. And we had them come into our lab, because we have a lab with a golf putting green in it, like every good sports science department does, and had them do a pre-test session where they would putt towards this hole that was 10 feet away on the lab and measure their performance. And then we'd have them put on a virtual reality headset and look at how well they did in a virtual reality putting game as well. So we've kind of got this pre-test of how well they do in the real world and how well they do in VR. And then we split our group in half, with half of the people taking part in a training session of golfing in virtual reality, which wasn't really very fancy training. They just putted towards this hole in virtual reality 40 times in a row. And the other half of the participants, they took part in a real world training session where in the lab, they just got to putt towards the hole 40 times in a row. They did this training, then we sent them away, and then they all came back 2 days later for a post-testing session where they did exactly what they did in the pre-test, putted into the physical hole in the physical lab or into the virtual hole in the virtual lab. And with our metrics of radial error, so how far from the hole on average they did at pre-test and post-test, we're able to get a sense of how well training in virtual reality and how well training in the physical environment improves your performance in virtual reality and in the physical environment. So it captures all of these elements that we might want to look at. Now, in terms of data, we'll start off looking at the performance in the virtual reality putting. So their pre and post test in this virtual reality game simulator that we created as a function of whether they had training in VR or training in the real world. In some sense, no one cares about this outcome, right? We don't care about making people better at playing golf in a VR headset. But it's kind of interesting to think about whether I train at something in the real world, is my game going to become better as a consequence of how well I perform? What we found here was actually pretty clear that virtual reality performance is improved by virtual reality training, but we don't really see any evidence that virtual reality performance is improved by real world training. So we're not seeing really any good evidence for transfer in this rather less interesting direction. What about real world putting performance though? Well, we see, again, not a particularly clear pattern of data. It's quite clear for the real world training. Those who get real world training get substantially better after they get their real world training in the real world. But those who receive training in virtual reality, well, it's in that sort of gray zone where it's not really clear where they get better. It's not a significant improvement, but it's sitting on the borderline. And perhaps more crucially, for the ambiguity here, there's no significant difference between the different scores. There's no interaction here. So we don't really have too much evidence here that those trained in VR or those trained in the real world are performing better or worse than one another. So we're not in a situation where we have any great evidence here, one way or the other, for the utility of virtual reality for getting people better at playing sports. But actually, the other big promise of virtual reality is perhaps where some of the more interesting findings from this study lie. Because virtual reality has been suggested not just as a tool for naive individuals to become better at picking up new skills, but actually maybe as a way for experts, real professional athletes to be able to train in a whole new way, not just a way bespoke to them, but in a way that allows them to not have to be slave to all of the issues of the things that might get in the way of their training, like bad weather or long flights to get somewhere. And it's certainly been touted that perhaps, the golfers on their way to the Ryder Cup could be sitting in a VR headset on the plane practicing, or in the VR headset in their hotel room before they make it to the first tee. But of course, if we're using different brain networks to interact with the world in virtual than we are in the physical environments, you could imagine that this is actually maybe a problematic thing. So for this study, we recruited 18 expert golfers, so all of whom had a low handicap, under 5. We had them come into the lab and had them all perform 40 putts in our lab. So they're getting really good, right? They're at their normal expert level, even in the weird condition of our research laboratory. We've got them up to that expert level. And then we had them do some baseline putts, 10 baseline putts on this real putting green. And then we had them put on the virtual reality headset and putt towards the hole 40 times in a row. And then we had them take the headset off and then immediately do 10 post-test putts. So we can look at the real acute effects of wearing a virtual reality headset in this sample of golfers, measuring not just their performance, but also their movement kinematics and their eye gaze behavior. Now, in terms of their performance, on average, how close did they get to the hole before and after they had this virtual reality dose, if you like? We see no effect whatsoever. People are performing just as well before as they did after the virtual reality intervention. But remember, this is an average of 10 trials we're looking at here. What we really wanted to do was zoom into the really acute effects and look at how people's performance changes over putts number 1, 2, 3, 4 after they take off the virtual reality headset. And this actually is where we start to find some interesting data. We find here that in terms of their radial error, their putting performance is hugely impaired immediately after they take off the virtual reality headset. Their average baseline performance, so how many they were doing on average over those last 10 trials, is substantially better than it is immediately after they take off the virtual reality headset, when they're really a bit of a disaster. Now, they get back to normal pretty quickly, putting roughly at baseline levels for trials 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, etc., etc. But the performance differences are pretty clear to see here immediately after they take off the virtual reality headset. And we even have some hints at a mechanism here, because as I mentioned, participants are wearing eye tracking glasses, head-mounted eye trackers, during the pre and post phases. And we can see that this quiet eye duration, the duration of their final fixation before they take the shot, something that's been shown to be a strong index of good putting behavior, is far, far lower immediately after they take off the VR headset. So perhaps being ensconced in a virtual environment or wearing a virtual reality headset, something about the software or hardware interaction of those two things, has some impact on our fundamental visual motor behavior, that has an impact on our performance. Only a very short-term impact on that performance, but something that's worth bearing in mind, particularly for situations you can imagine like surgery, where you can definitely see lots of promise for taking on and putting off a virtual reality headset in between procedures as a procedure is ongoing. There might need to be some interesting bits of work there to see if these sorts of effects are a broader picture to look at. Which really leads to where we're hoping to head to next with this program of work, because obviously we've been knocked sideways by the pandemic for most lab-based object interaction research, the sort of thing that's quite hard to do when you can't sanitize and sterilize things. But obviously now, over the last year or so, we've been back in the lab without too many problems. And we're hoping to really examine some of these fundamentals of visual motor control, where my expertise and interests really lie, in terms of the way that we control the kinematics of our fingers to pick objects up, and the way we control the fine fingertip forces when we're interacting with objects. So we've been working to create these facsimiles in virtual reality of my research lab so that we can, try to really directly compare the way that we interact with objects in the virtual and the physical environment, not just from a perceptual context, but from an actual motor performance context. Obviously, this has been quite challenging to do. You can see this video here looks pretty shonky. So we're in the fairly early stages of figuring out how to get hand tracking working elegantly with some of these other parts of the object motion tracking. But we're sort of working slowly towards that process. And we're probably about 3 months away from being able to start a good quality experiment here, looking at some of these parameters more closely. I'm also really interested in hand tracking from the embodiment of hands perspective. As been alluded to before during this talk, we automatically embody and really feel like any hands in virtual reality are ours. And it creates some really compelling experiences. Here our participant has a left hand that's twice as big as their right hand, which is a very exciting thing. Here, what we've done is we've extended the length of the index finger of our participant here. So it's twice the length of every single one of the phalanges. And this experience of having a long finger is so compelling, and this is totally unscripted, that our participant here is sitting there trying to feel whether their real finger has now started to extend this far. And this automatic embodiment of hands is something that really feels to me like a fundamentally different thing than these induced embodiment effects, such as the rubber hand illusion or these body swap illusions that have been talked about in various different really great presentations during this conference. And understanding the factors, the dynamic things, the visual, graphical things that lead to strong embodiment versus weak embodiment, I think is a really useful challenge for the next step of hand tracking technology, because this is the part of virtual reality that is getting better at a very stratospheric rate as far as I'm concerned. I'm also interested in this idea of body representation and embodiment of hands from a clinical perspective. As was talked about in Mavi's talk yesterday, complex regional pain syndrome has not just really profound effects on pain and discomfort, but also body representation itself. Individuals who have these chronic pain disorders often experience that their hands are being deformed in some sort of way. This can be inflated parts of the digits, or feeling like some parts are missing, or differences in sizes and color and texture. And what Caitlin Naylor, who did all of that dissertation work that I talked about before, is doing during her PhD at the University of Bath is hoping to examine the degree to which we can create a personalized representation of how someone's body representation has been changed by their pain disorder, in the hope that we can slowly drag it back into the more normal realms of body representation, looking at this as a potential treatment. We've also been looking at using virtual reality in the context of chronic pain from the theoretical context of active inference, this mismatch between internal states and external states, and the updating between the active and the sensory states. And there have been some suggestions that this is the fundamental thing that might well be damaged in the context of pain, and in particular chronic pain. So Joao, one of my PhD students, has developed this really nice environment here where the participant has to put a key in a lock and then supinate their hands. And we've been affecting the control display ratio here. So you can probably see that the controller is moving about 30% further than the hand, looking to see whether this disruption between the physical and the virtual environment can lead to greater levels of movement before pain becomes an issue, as has been done in the context of back pain and elbow pain, looking at this in the context of, in particular, hand and arm pain. And the last thing I wanted to talk about today is some work that's been pioneered, really driven forward by Jack Evans, a PhD student in my lab. Now, his PhD was hoping to use virtual reality to examine upper limb mobility in stroke survivors. So this was going to be getting people into the lab, having them conduct circle drawing tasks, and comparing how this worked with compared to all these different other stroke assessment metrics. But obviously during the pandemic, this completely shut down. But he sort of realized, as did many people in this room, that there's a whole bank of people out there with a MetaQuest 2 headset. And, I think at the time, I was looking at like 10 million or something like that. And these are just 10 million potential participants who now we're not only just measuring their performance in essentially an online study, we're able to capture kinematic data from the hands and from the head at really high precision, at reasonably high resolution. In the context of this. So he developed this remote circle drawing task where the participant just has to simply draw circles. With our first study on this, we've been able to compare the dominant and the non-dominant hand in a bunch of individuals and distinguish them quite accurately with simply this circle drawing data in terms of how fast and how well people draw these circles, which gives us some real optimism that this could become a pretty good way to track performance improvements of stroke survivors, of children with cerebral palsy, and might even become a differential diagnostic tool for different neurodevelopmental disorders. We've had a master's student take a MetaQuest 2 headset to India, where she works as a pediatric physiotherapist, and take it around various different schools and capture circle drawing metrics from a bunch of different kids with a bunch of different issues. And it's this potential for virtual reality to become useful, not just to measuring movement performance in the lab, but in the clinic, in a patient's home, that really seems like the most powerful thing for virtual reality at the moment. This idea that we can take away these barriers with, ironically, what was once an almost impossible to access technology that has now become really incredibly accessible to a whole load of different people, and can, really take away a lot of the barriers that people face from waiting for time or room space in clinics and stuff like that. All right, well, thank you very much for listening to me today, and I'd certainly be happy to take any questions that you might have if that's what we're doing at the moment. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Gavin. It's amazing work. Usually we take the questions on the coffee break, but since you are online and you're not able to join us for a coffee, maybe if anyone wants to ask any questions from the crowd, maybe now it's a good time. If not, then I suggest you can send a message to Gavin. You can email him, and yeah, it will be great to see also if there are any synergies. We know that we have many people working in similar domains. It's really amazing to see how, and through Gavin's presentation, how many of these domains were he brought together, and it was really inspiring. So with this, thank you again. Thank you so much for your time, Gavin. And we hope to see you next year here in Bochum on the next version of the VR Summit. All right, thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, so if Ramon is here?
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. Ramon is a postdoctoral researcher, right, in virtual reality.
Yeah.
And at Event Lab. And your research is based on the navigation system and social environments in VR. And we're excited to see your presentation, so feel free.
Great. So thanks for your presentation. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about the library that we have been developing in our lab and the Event Lab in Barcelona. So this is the contents that we will see in this presentation. First of all, I will do a short introduction about the library. Then we will see the basic features, some advanced features that you can do also with this library, and some short things about best practices when developing any applications for VR. And also, I will show you some sample projects that we have developed using this library. So, well, first of all, what is QuickVR? So QuickVR is basically the name of our virtual reality library that we have developed for the Unity 3D game engine. And it's basically the result of our research in virtual reality. So it's aimed to offer a set of tools in order to quickly develop a new VR application. And the main feature is to be able to reuse most of the code that we have been using in past applications. So this means that this library that is in constant evolution. So it introduces new features as it's required for the experiments and applications that we develop in our lab, as well as new as Unity introduces also new features. And one important thing is that it's easy to use by the end user, so it's not required to have a lot of experience in Unity, just some basic knowledge on Unity, but also it's easy to extend for those users that are more advanced and that have proper knowledge in programming. So maybe the first question would be, why is necessary such an application? No? Because, well, as you may know, Unity already supports natively a lot of VR headsets natively and so on. So let's see how it works and where this library fits. So as you know, we have many VR providers such as Oculus, Steam VR, PlayStation VR, Magic Leap, Pico, and well, a lot of them. And then there is like the Unity XR framework that is basically a common interface that Unity provides to all of these VR providers, where these VR providers must implement such a common interface, and in order to control how the cameras are rendered, how the objects are tracked, how the input of the controllers works, but all of this is low-level functionalities. So the QuickVR library is built on top of this Unity XR framework and interacts directly on this framework. So it extends the capabilities of such framework, but adding some other more high-level functionalities such as avatar tracking, which is one of the most important, planar reflections, so you can see your virtual reflection when you are embodied into a virtual avatar. Also, some management for the workflow and logic applications, locomotion systems, and also interaction with the virtual environment. So when we develop a new VR application, we already have all these features already available in our applications. Otherwise, if we don't have such a library, we should implement from the scratch every time these features, every time that we need to do a new application. The features that the application offers. So the first one, and maybe the most important, is to be able to be embodied into a virtual humanoid avatar. And you will see that it's quite easy to do so. Just you have to add a single component into a virtual humanoid avatar. We calibrate, and that's it. And you are embodied into the avatar. And if you have a headset with hand tracking functionalities, such as I'm using here the Quest 2, you can also use your hands in order to track the hands of the virtual avatar. Well, so the pose of the virtual avatar is estimated using inverse kinematic in the following way. So the upper body pose is estimated by using the head-mounted display and also the controllers in the hands. And the lower body is estimated by using some feet trackers if the VR devices support these features, such as the Steam VR, where you can attach some extra trackers in the feet. Otherwise, it's estimated by the application, by applying an animation. And elbows and knees, the same. We can add some extra trackers in the limbs of the participant, and then we can track this information directly from the participant, or we can estimate it from the application. So this allows the library to automatically adapt to the number of tracked points exposed by the VR devices in a transparent way. So all of this is done automatically and transparent to the programmer. Also, we have a support for advanced features such as hand tracking, eye tracking, and face tracking. And you will see some examples of that. And also, we can mask the tracking with an animation. So, for example, this is useful for if you want to have your upper body tracked with the tracking provided by the VR system, but you want to apply an animation to the lower body. So another important feature is the component quick copy post. That basically what it allows us is to calibrate once the application and switch between different avatars. This specific requirement appeared as a feature in an application that we developed in conjunction with the BBC, where we were embodied we were recreating an speech that Lenin gave in the Sverlov Square, and you could take into this application, you could take the role of different avatars, but there was a requirement that we wanted to calibrate only once application at the beginning, and then to be able to switch from avatar to avatar. So in this application, first we were learning into giving the speech in the Sverlov Square. We also could take the role of Trotsky and being close to Lenin, and also we could be a member of the crowd. So basically how it was. So we have two types of avatars. We have the master avatar and the target avatar. So the master avatar is an avatar that has a similar size than the user. The better the size is, the better it will work. So it has the component QUICKUNITY VR script that is the one that transfers the tracking data to the virtual avatar. And so it's the one that receives the tracking data. So basically, the target avatar copies the pose once all the tracking data has been applied to the master avatar. And the advantage is that the target avatar can have an arbitrary size and shape that can be very different to the real participant. And also, it determines the camera position. So it basically determines the render point of the virtual scene. So let's see a representation of how it works. So here I will be embodied into different avatars. I start embodied into a virtual avatar, which is the master avatar and has a similar size and proportions than me. And as we can see, and it would be expected, it's moving perfectly, and it's and when I bend the arms and so on, it's reflected correctly to the virtual avatar. But now I'm embodied into an avatar and that has different proportions than me. It's much taller, and also it has very long arms and very long legs. But we can see that even though these sizes differs from me, it's applied correctly to the pose of the virtual avatar. And also here I'm embodied into a child, and the same. I can all the pose from the participant is correctly translated to the avatar. And the same for the giant. Okay, so another basic feature of this library is the input manager, which is basically a common interface to manage any kind of input. So it accounts for traditional inputs such as gamepad, keyboards, and mouse, VR controllers, hand gestures, and in fact, anything that can be translated to an input. So it works basically by defining a set of virtual axes and virtual buttons. A virtual axis is just a float value that can have a value in the range from -1 to 1, and a button is just a a three button stage that can be triggered, pressed, or released. So then we basically can introduce as many specific input interactions as we want. And well, basically introducing a new input manager is just quite easy. We just need to extend the base input manager class and just override and implement some of the functions that are required. And we have a new implementation for the input manager. So basically, then when using Git, we use the input using the virtual names of the buttons and axes that we have defined instead of the specific implementation for each button. So for example, in this case, if we call get button and we have mapped the continue button to the return button of the keyboard and a gesture, we will this action will be triggered every time the button is pressed or the gesture is done without changing anything on the code. So we have also offered some methods in order to manage the logic of the application. So basically, the QuickBase Game Manager is the main of the application that manages the entry point of the application, and then it has it divides the code into what we have called different stages. So there are the stages are grouped into different groups. So we have the stages pre, that is the logic that have to be executed before the main logic of the application starts. So here, for example, we want to calibrate the application. We want to make sure that the user clearly sees the scene and so on. Then we execute the main application itself. So the main logic of the application, what the application needs to do and so on. And finally, there is the logic that have to be executed after the main logic has been done and before the application finishes. So here, for example, what we want to do is to gather and record any data that we want and so on. And well, let's see an example of how this works. No? So here we have a real sample of this application running. So this is an experiment, a real experiment that we did in the lab, where you play chess against yourself. So the first stage is basically to make sure that you can read the text and that the headset is correctly adjusted. Then there is another stage where you select your gender, so you will be embodied into an avatar that matches your gender. And finally, there is the calibration step. Once these stages are executed, we proceed to execute the main logic of the application, which basically consists on first we are embodied into the avatar with the white pieces, and we do some gestures and on the mirror, and we see that our reflection in the mirror and so on, and then we proceed to do movement in the chess. So we do our movement, and then the perspective changes, and we are embodied into the avatar with the black pieces. So the procedure is repeated. We do the embodiment stage. We see our reflection in our mirror. And now we see the action that we previously have done on the other side, and we proceed to do our action. And well, basically, this procedure goes on till the match finishes. Well, and in this case, the player with the black pieces has won. So then we execute the post stages that basically here we saved some data into the cloud, like the movements that the player did and where they were looking and so on. And well, with this approach, we offer a highly customizable workflow that allows us to enable and disable some stages by just enabling and disabling the specific game object in the hierarchy. Also, we can change the execution order of each one of the stages by just moving the game object of the stage into the correct position of the hierarchy. And we have also many stages already defined, such as calibration, stages for doing fade, saving data, also conditionals blocks, and so on. And well, it's also easy to extend and to create your own stages by inheriting from the base class or from any other of the stages already defined. So let's see now some advanced features of this library. So we also offer the
Please keep your
possibility
head
of
looking front
locomotion.
and do not move while the screen is in black.
We have several systems for locomotion. So the continuous move and the continuous turn is for moving around the scene using the controllers. And you can see also that in this case, we apply an animation on the feet. Now I will be reflected on the mirror, and you see that when I'm moving, the feet are also moving. This is just an animation. And also, well, another kind of locomotion system that we have is the teleportation. And we can combine different movement systems at the same time. So we have many other locomotion systems, such as walk in place. You can also displace using your own movement in the physical wall, and so on. Another
Please.
application that you have already seen is the hand tracking, but this is something more advanced because you can really interact with the elements of the virtual environment using your real hands, which really makes a different experience and much more engaging. So here you can see how I can interact with the UI elements by using my real hands. We can also scroll the view and so on to hit buttons. And also for grabbing things. This feature, I have improved some things, but yeah, more or less working. For touching things and so on. And also, we have support for AI and facial tracking. So here we can see a demo where I use this feature on the Vitor avatar that resembles myself. Okay, so this is a test for the facial animation of Oculus Quest. So for example, we can blink the eyes, right eye, left eye. Okay, the blinking, it's working. Also the eyebrows, I can move them up and down, up and down. I can do also some gestures with the mouth, like this. Move the mouth side to side, like this. I don't know what else. Smile. And yeah, that's it. It looks like it's working more or less fine. Bye. Okay, so well, now I would like to set also some considerations when developing general applications for VR. So basically, on the market, we can find two different types of virtual devices. So the desktop devices and the mobile ones. So the desktop device is basically a passive device in the sense that all the rendering is done in the VR computer ready. So it offers the best graphics quality, but also the counterpart is that it requires usually big space, and also it's fixed, so it's not easy to have it and to move it around. So on the contrary, there are also the mobile VR devices and that are active devices in the sense that all the rendering is done in the device itself. The counterpart is that it offers low graphics quality compared to what you can get with a real fixed device. And also, one of the most advantage point is that little space is required and it's very easy to move around, and so it's fully portable. And also an important consideration when developing a VR application is that an important work on graphics optimization needs to be done, because in virtual reality, each scene is rendered twice, because we have to render each scene for the left eye and for the right eye. And the problem is even increased when we have planar reflections, because in that case, we render each scene 4 times. 2 times for the point of view of the participant, and 2 additional times from the point of view of the reflected image. So it is very important to really work on the graphics optimization. And also, it's not only a matter of number of polygons, which is really important, but also we have to take into account the number of draw calls. That is basically the number of switch that the graphics card needs to be done when rendering a scene or an object. So it has also to be taken into consideration to reduce the number of draw calls as much as you can. So here, for example, is more ready for virtual reality, as it contains much less polygons and also much less draw calls. And in order to do such kind of optimizations, we basically use mainly Simpligon, which is the standard application for simplification in used for professional studios and game development and so on. And also we use Blender as auxiliary tools. Well, and this is something that we use in our lab, some ways that we used to work. So basically, we divide our scenes into two types of scenes. The logic scenes are those scenes that basically contains all the ways with the script, the main logic, and so on. And then we have the geometry scenes that basically are the environments, and this kind of a scene doesn't contain any kind of logic, but only geometry. So we do this because we have found that this way is easier for us to split the work. So artists can work on the geometry scene and programmers can work on the logic scene, and they don't overlap each other. So then basically we additively add this scene on to mix the scenes and to get the final scene and so on. And now let's see some sample projects. This is the Lightning project that we developed with the BBC. So here we can see
Новое порядок правления в лице советских организаций. Отныне наступает новая полоса в истории России. И данная третья русская революция должна будет в своем конечном итоге привести к победе социализма.
Dear comrade, today is a very important day for our cause, and your speech has to be very convincing. We are going to practice some gestures you can use to emphasize points in your speech to the crowd. I'll do the movements, and you will have to repeat them while looking to the mirror or to your own body. But let's begin relaxing your arms, moving them freely, and please look at your posture in the mirror's reflection. Now imagine yourself looking at our comrades and friends. Point to the right. Point to the left. Point to the right with more emphasis.
Hi, nice to meet you. So I'm
So here we can see a couple of examples. So in this application, in this sample, it was in the, well, a shared environment with many other people. It should have sound. I don't know if
to be able to
yeah
to do some virtual meetings with our avatars that look like ourselves.
Well, and also it's not only intended for virtual meetings, but we have used this application for other kind of scenarios. So, for example, we did a real interview to David Chalmers using this system. And it was quite challenging because David Chalmers was in New York, the interviewer was in London, and we were recording this application in Barcelona, and well, everything worked fine. So
yeah, ordered from a local place. It's not bad looking. It kind of matches.
good. And what do you think of the restaurant? Do you come here often?
Yeah, not too bad. I guess sushi's a specialty, best fast food. It's got a nice diner quality to it, although we appear to be in the middle of a giant car parking lot. If you look outside.
Yes, well, that would explain why we're the only people here.
Right, yeah, it is eerily quiet. I sense a couple of invisible people hanging around though.
Yes, I think so. I was very interested by this sense of presence. Do you think you have presence in VR? I think it's a Mel.
Yeah, I think,
isn't it?
Yeah, no, totally. The sense of being actually here in this space. Yeah, I think I've kind of got that now. It gets broken occasionally when, when my body twists into weird shapes, or I find myself suddenly floating 6 feet in the air. That tends to break the feeling of presence. But actually, even at those moments, even when I was up in the air, I still felt like, oh my gosh, here I am up there in the air. So it's still there's still something quite powerful to it. Your body, your brain very naturally interprets these signals and interprets them as you being there in this space. How about you?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's, on one level, it all looks incredibly artificial, doesn't it? But on another level, you just feel as though there is a reality. I'm sitting opposite you at a table. I can hear your voice perfectly. There is a sense that you are sitting there. So,
yeah, and the avatar looks actually quite realistic. Maybe it helps that we haven't met in the physical world, but yeah, it's not unlike having lunch with somebody, at least until we start eating.
And so, well, this is just some applications that we can do, some shared environments, but we have many other environments such as virtual concerts, also having a dinner into a restaurant, and many things that in fact, any kind of shared virtual environment that you can imagine, we can reproduce it in virtual reality. And so that's it. Thanks for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. Amazing work. Actually, I didn't notice, but one of my students actually used your tools, the Unity tools that you have developed. And actually, well, the profile of the student is she's a neuroscience master student, so no prior. Okay. So she's a neuroscience student, no background in programming or Unity whatsoever. So she just took the tool and she installed Unity, and out of the box, I mean, it just worked. So she managed to design her experiment using that tool. So yeah, we have, it's quite amazing. So thank you so much. And yeah, maybe. Okay, great. So now it's time for the coffee break. So thank you so much. Okay, cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, anyway. I was thinking about it, like, there's still like some people outside, there's still some people there. Anyway, I was thinking about it before, and I was thinking, how am I going to introduce David Chalmers? And I realized it's actually a hard problem because his career has been spanning over decades. I guess it's about the time I'm alive. And he's like one of the most influential philosophers of mind. I remember being a young student reading his, disputes with an equally famous neuroscientist, Christoph Koch. I mean, and they were like, they were discussing the explanatory power of neuroscience. I mean, in untangling consciousness, in explaining consciousness. And I was like deeply impressed by how, I mean, being a student with neuroscience background, I was deeply impressed by actually how little can we as scientists address, I mean, compared to the arguments that David Chalmers made. So, and I remember, I mean, Christoph Koch, he challenged David Chalmers to a bet, I mean, that consciousness will be explained on the basis of natural sciences by year 2023. And as far as I know, somebody won a big, a big amount of wine. I mean, because obviously neuroscience lost this bet, right? Anyhow, so without further ado, I would like to introduce our last keynote on this conference. I mean, David Chalmers.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be speaking at this conference. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but speaking virtually feels at least somewhat appropriate. Let me share my screen. Hey, let's make sure all that is working. Okay, terrific. Yeah, my talk today is entitled Reality Plus, from the Matrix to the Metaverse. And here it's really an exploration of philosophical ideas about virtual reality and virtual worlds, using two famous virtual worlds from science fiction as my tent poles, if you like, as my paradigms. Starting with the Matrix, the idea that, could the world we're living in, be a virtual world? The idea of a perfect simulation as kind of an ideal case, an extreme case for virtual reality. In the second half, I'll bring it back to more realistic issues about the virtual worlds we are ourselves building and potentially inhabiting, the so-called metaverse. Most of this, I should say, is drawn from a recent book of mine, Reality Plus, Virtual Worlds and the Problems of Philosophy. The German edition has just been published in the last month or two, I guess. Realität Plus, Virtual Welten, die Probleme, die Philosophie, available at a good bookseller near you. The genre here is what I call techno-philosophy. Using philosophy to shed light on technology. That's something people call the philosophy of technology. Thinking philosophically about technology and its implications, but also in reverse, using technology to shed light on philosophy. Because I think that thinking about virtual reality can actually help us in thinking about, the relationship between mind and reality. I mean, the same is true in AI. Thinking about artificial minds has actually helped a lot of people think about the human mind. Likewise, I think thinking about VR can help with a lot of issues about reality more broadly. This term is actually inspired by the Canadian philosopher Patricia Churchland's term neurophilosophy, which was using philosophy to shed light on neuroscience, also using neuroscience to shed light on philosophy. Same thing, but focusing on technology. So yeah, the thought is that just as in AI, the analysis of artificial minds sheds much light on minds in general, in VR, analysis of artificial realities can shed much light on philosophical issues about reality in general. So just to start off as a philosopher by defining my terms, by a virtual world, I just mean something like an interactive, computer-generated world. We don't yet have a immersiveness condition on virtual worlds. So something can be a virtual world without being virtual reality. World of Warcraft on a 2D screen, it's a virtual world. Is good old Second Life, 2D screen, also a virtual world, computer generated, interactive. What you do makes a difference in the world, but not yet immersive. For virtual reality, I'll define it fairly standardly as an immersive, interactive, computer-generated world, where we add this condition of immersiveness that roughly means we experience it all around us in 3 dimensions with ourselves at the center. These days, most commonly experienced on a VR headset, such as the Quest here. Here's a typical VR environment playing the Beat Saber game. Here's a social virtual world, VR chat, which is fully immersive. One hangs out with many other people in VR. And here's augmented. Here's an instance of augmented reality where the physical world is augmented with virtual objects. I'll mostly be talking about virtual rather than augmented reality today in much, but although not all of what I say will apply to virtual worlds more generally. So my central philosophical thesis about VR is that virtual reality is genuine reality. I mean, there's a long tradition of thinking of VR as a second-class reality, a fake or fictional reality, illusion, hallucination, something that's not genuinely real. I'm going to say virtual reality is really on a par in many respects with physical reality. It's not the same necessarily as physical reality, but ontologically, as we say in philosophy, in terms of its status as a reality, in many respects, it's on a par and it's deserving of respect in that way. For me, this breaks down into a few more specific theses. Maybe the most extreme is the idea that we might ourselves be in a virtual reality already. I don't say we are, but I do say we can't rule it out, and we should take that hypothesis seriously. Because if we are in a virtual reality already, then in a way our physical reality is itself a kind of virtual reality. Even if you don't think we're in a virtual reality already, though, I think this idea that we're in a virtual reality can help to really get clear on many ideas about VR and reality in general. Another thesis is that virtual reality is not an illusion or a fiction. If we're in VR already, say because the world is a simulation, nonetheless, all this is real. It's not an illusion. It's not a fiction. And I wanted to say the same thing about the virtual worlds we will ourselves construct and the virtual worlds we've already constructed with current VR technology. They needn't be an illusion or a fiction. And I want to say, ultimately, we can lead a meaningful life in virtual reality. I think, some people already do have many meaningful interactions, say, in various online virtual worlds. And in principle, I think, the sky is the limit. We can lead a fully meaningful life in virtual reality. So in what follows, I'll explore those 3 theses. As I say, my paradigms of virtual worlds will be the matrix and the metaverse. The matrix stands for the idea that we might be in a virtual reality already. The metaverse stands for the virtual worlds that we will ourselves construct. I'll start with the matrix case as a kind of extreme case and think about what follows if we're in a virtual reality already, and then apply some of the conclusions to the more to the more realistic case denoted by the metaverse. So yeah, this matrix idea is like it's a version, the most famous version of the so-called simulation hypothesis. The idea that we might be living in a simulation already, an idea that has many, so the simulation hypothesis, we're in a lifelong computer simulation. This is actually an idea with many, many antecedents in the history of philosophy. You know, philosophers from many traditions have entertained the idea that all this could be a dream. In a way, this life-dated version of the same idea, but it's got some distinctive characteristics of its own. Yeah, here's the Matrix Resurrections. Of course, this whole idea has been explored in any number of films and science fiction novels and so on. And yeah, Neo in the Matrix seems to be in a normal world, but it turns out his world is a simulated world, and the question is raised as to whether that ends up being real. There's actually two different ways the simulation hypothesis could be true. Roughly, you could be a biological entity connected to a simulation, or it could turn out that we are ourselves simulated entities, digital entities ourselves. That's here illustrated in this scene from one of the Matrix sequels involving Trinity and the Oracle. Trinity is what I call a biosim, a biological creature connected to the simulation, while the Oracle is what I call a pure sim. She's herself a digital entity in the simulation. By the way, all these illustrations are from my book by a great illustrator, Tim Peacock from Brooklyn, who came up with great depictions of some of these philosophical ideas. And I take the simulation hypothesis to be consistent either with the idea that we are biosims or that we are pure sims. So yeah, the biosim is a biological creature connected to a simulation. You know, when we go into ordinary VR, where biological creatures connected to simulations, but there's also this idea that the whole world, including us, could be simulated. So that would include the idea of pure sims as well. Another distinction worth making is that between imperfect and perfect simulations. And imperfect simulations has lots of glitches and approximations and maybe could be detected from the inside, whereas the extreme case is the perfect simulation, indistinguishable from the world it simulates, which might be undetectable that you're in a simulation then. And once you've got these ideas on the table, once you've thought about the idea of simulated universes, the question just naturally arises: how do we know that we're not in a perfect simulation right now? If we're in an imperfect simulation, maybe we could get clues, but if it's a perfect simulation, it's awfully hard to see how we could know. And I would argue that you can't have any conclusive evidence that we're not in a perfect simulation, because any potential evidence could itself be simulated. You might think, you know, this could not be simulated. Oh, my cat is so cool. It couldn't be a simulation. But in principle, all that could be simulated. So, you know, this is very reminiscent of some old philosophical ideas from René Descartes, for example, in the 17th century, in his Meditations on First Philosophy, familiar to almost anyone who's taken a philosophy course. Descartes entertained the idea that how do we know an evil demon isn't deceiving you into thinking there's a world out there by producing sensations of an external world, when in fact that's not what's really going on at all. He used this to potentially challenge our knowledge of the external world. Yeah, here's a version of Descartes' evil demon, but we've made the evil demon a little bit more high tech. It turns out these days evil demons do their work by programming simulations. So here's the evil demon doing its work by programming a simulation, feeding it to a brain in a vat. And I guess that's ourselves here, where that's the situation we may be in. We may just be like a brain floating in a vat. And well, Descartes famously says, maybe I can't be sure of the world out there, but I can at least be sure that I exist. I think, therefore I am. So here we have the brain in a vat saying, at least I think, therefore I am. It's confident of its own existence, but yeah, but very hard to be confident of more, Descartes says. So these days, instead of asking Descartes' question about the evil demon, it's paradigmatic to ask these questions by saying, how do you know you're not in a simulation right now? And it's awfully hard to see how you could know. Descartes says, I can be confident of certain things. This could not be an illusion, that I'm by the fire with my dog and so on, with a piece of paper in my hand. Now, of course, with VR, this is actually becoming a very salient possibility. Before long, we can already set VR up that has some of these qualities. So it appears to you, like visually at least, that the dog is there and the fire is there. I mean, haptics still needs some work. I don't know if you're going to get the genuine heat from the fire, and the feel of the piece of paper in your hand may not be perfect, but give it a couple of decades, haptics, brain-computer interfaces, and so on. Before too long, we'll be able to have VR that perfectly simulates this kind of situation. We can always then ask, how do we know we're not in VR? I mean, the simulation hypothesis is like that evil demon idea, but it improves on the evil demon in at least one respect, which is that VR technology actually exists. I mean, the evil demon hypothesis was a way out, speculative philosophical thought experiment. VR technology actually exists, and yeah, while we don't yet have perfect VR simulations of the physical world, it's not at all out of the question that within a few decades we will. So it's at least becoming a serious possibility. So there will actually be simulation VR technology that replicates the physical world. So it's at least a serious possibility, which means it's even harder to rule out. There's also this point made familiar by Nick Bostrom that actually simulated worlds may greatly outnumber unsimulated worlds. There may be many, many simulations in the course of the universe. One unsimulated world, many simulated worlds. So it's hard to see what, so why do we get to be the lucky ones at level 0 when in fact, here's Bostrom talking to Bertrand Russell. Russell says ordinary reality is the simplest hypothesis. Bostrom says there may be many more simulations, maybe 6, 36, 216 people in simulations, and only one original world. By that way of reasoning, it may in fact look more likely we're in a simulation. So upshot of all this, as I try to argue in the book, is that we can't know for sure that we're not in a simulation. And that's something that many of you accepted already. But I think that's already enough to get us to some interesting places. For a lot of people, this threatens skepticism. It threatens the idea that, if we're in a simulation, nothing is real. The ordinary world, as I take it to exist, just doesn't exist. All this is a hallucination, an illusion. If we're in the Matrix, this would lead to nihilism, nothing matters, and so on. I want to argue that way of thinking about VR and simulations is completely wrong. There's this common view that simulations are illusions. Virtual reality is illusory reality. I actually want to argue for the opposite, that if we're in a simulation, nonetheless, all this is real. Virtual reality is genuine reality. Here's the American philosopher Cornel West, who actually appeared in the Matrix movies as Counselor West. Also gave his own philosophical reflections. He said it's illusions all the way down. So we see him in the Matrix. He comes out to the world of Zion, still an illusion, comes out to the world of contemporary US, still an illusion, and so on. So he's kind of channeling the idea that if you're in a simulation, it's an illusion. That's the idea I want to argue against. My view is simulations need not be illusions. And if we're in a perfect simulation, the world around us is still perfectly real. I see there's some kind of delay on the screen there. I hope that's not too annoying. yeah, my view is that if we're in a perfect simulation, the world around us is still perfectly real. It needn't be an illusion, a hallucination, or a fiction. And this is illustrated in a scene from the original Matrix film where Neo and Morpheus are in a virtual world, The Construct. Neo says, "This isn't real." And Morpheus says, "What is real? How do you define real?" And this is a very philosophical question that Morpheus is asking. What is it to be real? The illustration here already gives a hint of what for me is the correct view of these matters. These virtual entities that Neo and Morpheus are interacting with, chairs and the TV and so on, those are perfectly real entities. They're digital entities. They're made of certain digital data structures and the likes, bits, circuits, and so on, but they're nonetheless perfectly real. But yeah, to get back to this question, how do you define real? I mean, it's a very relevant question, but thinking about virtual and augmented reality, what is it for these things to count as realities at all? Philosophically, I think there's a few different criteria for something to be real. Maybe 3 of the central criteria for being real, or something is real if it makes a difference in the world, if it has causal powers, if it can affect things. Something is real if it isn't all in the mind. If something is all in the mind, it seems less real than something which exists independently of our mind. And maybe most importantly, something is real if it's not an illusion. If it's the way roughly we take it to be. I would argue that virtual objects in principle can satisfy all 3 of these criteria for realities. And the hypothesis where we're in a simulation kind of brings this out the most clearly. If we're in a simulation, I would argue the objects around us are perfectly real objects. They're real digital objects, data structures, and the like, but they make a difference in the world. They're not all in the mind, even in a regular virtual world, like, say Second Life or something. It can continue even when no one is around. It doesn't exist merely in the mind. And I would argue these things needn't be an illusion. If we're in a simulation, in a world here of digital objects, this cup is itself a digital object inside a computational system, but that doesn't make it unreal. Being digital is not a way of being unreal. We know that by now. Digital objects can be perfectly real. I mean, the fact that ordinary objects like this cup was made of quantum processes didn't make us say the cup is not real. Likewise, if the cup is digital, that doesn't mean it's not real. So, I mean, I think in a way, I think the simulation hypothesis should be regarded as a version of what the physicist John Wheeler called the it from bit hypothesis. Everything in the physical world is made of bits. If we're in a simulation, then my body is digital, my hands are digital, this cup is digital, these books are digital, but they're still perfectly real. They make a difference in the world. They're independent of me. They make a difference in the world. They needn't be illusory. It from bit. The it from bit idea is illustrated here by there's trees and hills made of atoms, which are ultimately made of bits in a two-dimensional cellular automaton like Conway's Game of Life. There's a level of bits underneath the level of atoms. There's also the it from bit from it idea that underneath the bits is a further level still. Arguably, if we're in a simulation, we're in something like an it from it situation. The trees and the particles are made of bits running on a computer in the next world up, which are made of circuitry on that computer in the next world up. And who's to say if that world is itself a simulation, maybe it goes further. It from bit from it from bit from it. But we don't need that. We don't need those extreme versions here to make the point. The key idea is that if we're in a simulation, the things around us are still real. They're merely digital. They're digital objects, but perfectly real objects. Being digital doesn't make them unreal. Here's this. The idea might be that God created the universe by creating bits instead of saying let there be light. God says, let there be bits. And the world is made of that. And the thought is that's what here's our simulator, teenage hacker in the next universe up, programming the simulation. In a way, this is analogous, creating and arranging a whole bunch of bits, which creates our world. So I want to argue that, yeah, the simulation hypothesis should be regarded as a version, not as a hypothesis where nothing is real. It's a hypothesis where things are real, but digital. So yes, we could be in a simulation. If we're in a simulation, things are perfectly real. Okay, so that gets us halfway to this conclusion. Virtual reality is genuine reality. Okay, this ends the more, way out part of the talk, the matrix part of the talk, which is, it's speculative and science fictional and very philosophical. The second half gets a bit more down to earth, but I think we can apply some of the conclusions we learned about the matrix idea to the more realistic and somewhat more down to earth metaverse idea about existing technologies and coming technologies. Yeah, so what is the metaverse? Of course, metaverse comes from Neil Stephenson's 1992 science fiction novel, Snow Crash. I heard a rumor this might be finally being made into a TV series, which would be cool. It's one of the original social virtual worlds in science fiction. Roughly in Snow Crash, the metaverse is a single massive social virtual world, on a single virtual planet with a big street running all around it, where people go to hang out and live their lives and work and play and so on. And of course, this metaverse idea has now been appropriated by the tech companies and others, most famously by Meta. The corporation was renamed from Facebook to Meta in honor of to mark their ambitions to create a version of the metaverse. I think these days metaverse has come to mean something a little bit different from what it meant in Stephenson's time. For Stephenson, it was a single massive virtual world. These days, I guess the metaverse is something more like a global interconnected system or network of virtual worlds, sometimes thought of as a successor to the internet. In the way the internet's a global interconnected system of digital sites, metaverse is like the internet, but immersive, the immersive internet. And this is, the idea that's at least seems to be being put forward by Mark Zuckerberg and other people in the tech industry, trying to create this massive global interconnected system of virtual worlds. You can give this a dystopian spin if you want. Many people see the metaverse as not entirely a good thing. This is a version of the metaverse where it looks a bit like Plato's cave. In Plato's cave, we're all prisoners in the cave, chained up to the cave walls and merely seeing shadows of reality on the wall. Here, the idea is, well, virtual reality is potentially something similar. We're merely seeing shadows of reality on VR. There is an external world outside up the steps, but we don't have direct access to that. And there's Mark Zuckerberg at the control. So you might see this as Plato's cave for the 21st century. I want to argue for a somewhat more positive vision, though, of the metaverse. At least I think, the metaverse need not be dystopian. It could be dystopian. I'll get back to that at the end, but it need not necessarily be dystopian. Of course, there's many differences between the metaverse and the Matrix. You don't spend your whole life in the metaverse. You just come and you go. When you're using VR and inhabiting a social virtual world, you're using VR. There's not really any question about that. Just remember, you just put on the headset. Typically these days, much simpler than a universe simulation, but still I want to argue in some ways the philosophical conclusions about, say, the reality of the Matrix also apply to the metaverse. We can raise this same question: is the metaverse a world of illusions, or is it a typical virtual world you go into a world of illusions? We can raise this question even for the the world of Beat Saber, where there appear to be a lightsaber and some cubes coming towards you and so on. Is all that an illusion? Many people want to say all this is an illusion. Even William Gibson in Neuromancer said cyberspace is a consensual hallucination. And it was pretty clear by cyberspace, he roughly meant VR at the time. Cyberspace has come to mean something more like the internet, but for Gibson it was something like VR, and he held VR as a hallucination. Even Ready Player One, which is a fairly pro VR movie, says he is the only thing that's real, clearly suggesting in context physical reality is the only thing that's real. Physical reality, real. Virtual reality, unreal. I want to say that's a certain kind of ideology, but which runs through, by the way, a lot of these movies. Even in The Matrix, you get them saying things like, "Well, this is an illusion." This is the ideology I want to resist, in saying that VR is in many respects just as real as physical reality. Standard view: virtual objects are unreal; they're illusions, hallucinations, or fictions. Even in, say, a VR world, my view, virtual objects are real. They're non-illusory digital objects. When we're in VR, we're interacting with digital objects, but those digital objects are perfectly real, and it needn't be an illusion. Remember, if we're in a full-scale simulation, I would say the objects we're interacting with are real digital objects running on a computer. Generalizing from full-scale simulation to ordinary small-scale VR, even in ordinary VR, I want to say the objects we're interacting with are real digital objects running on a computer. Maybe they're data structures or some such, but they're no less real for that. There is this idea out there that if something is digital, it's not real. I guess that got formalized in this 1990s expression, IRL, in real life, where real life is opposed to digital life. But I think, we know perfectly well now that digital life can be just as real as physical life, no less real in many respects. So yeah, the fact that the objects we're interacting with are digital doesn't mean they're not real. I mean, here's a comparison I like. There's a biological kitten, there's a robot kitten, and there's a virtual kitten. The virtual kitten is not the same as the biological kitten. So I mean, it's not a real kitten, if you like, but it's still a perfectly real thing that you're interacting with. Yeah, it's mechanical rather than biological, but the robot kitten is real. I want to say the virtual kitten is on a par with the robot kitten. It's not a biological kitten, okay. It's a digital kitten. It's made of digital processes, but it's still a perfectly real thing that makes a difference, and so on. So at least as real as the robot kitten. You might still say VR is an illusion and that things seem to be out there in physical space where they are not. Mill Slater has, treated many has introduced, many now classical ideas, the place illusion, the plausibility illusion. There's also illusions of embodiment and so on, where VR necessarily involves the illusion that certain things are happening where they're not. I want to say in general, I think VR can involve illusions, but it needn't. I think what seems to be happening in VR, in Beat Saber, there seem to be some cubes coming towards you, and they are. I mean, they're not physical cubes. That's not happening in physical space. They're virtual cubes coming towards you in virtual space. But I want to say, yeah, there really are virtual cubes coming toward you in virtual space. And an expert perceiver of VR will interpret the situation that way. I'm in a virtual space. There's virtual cubes coming towards me, and all that is true. All that is really happening. I want to say no illusion there. I mean, if you're a first-time user of VR, maybe you don't know you're in VR, someone puts a VR headset on you, then you may experience objects as being in physical space out there, that would be some kind of illusion. But expert users of VR, like the people at this conference, typically, they know perfectly well that they're in virtual space. They experience virtual objects as being in a virtual space. not as being in physical space, and that needn't be an illusion. So I want to say that at least expert users can have non-illusory perception of virtual worlds. What seems to be happening in VR is really happening. It's digital events happening to digital objects, but it's perfectly real for all that. And it may be in many respects much as it seems. The final question I want to raise is the question about value and meaning. Can one have a meaningful life in a virtual world? Can life in VR be as good, better, or at least roughly on a par with life in non-virtual reality? Again, there's a long tradition of people saying no. Here is Robert Nozick's case of the experience machine. He asked, he imagined this machine you could go into that would give you your life, basically would unroll a pre-scripted life for you in a virtual world. Here the idea is that Nozick himself might be in the experience machine, and at least in the experience machine, he gets to have experiences of being a professor at Harvard, winning lots of book awards, and so on. But that's what his real life is like. And he asked, would you choose the experience machine? He said, should you enter the experience machine? Pre-programming wonderful experiences for life. Nozick wanted to say no, and he gave roughly 3 reasons, I think. First was that the experience machine is pre-programmed, so you have no autonomy inside the experience machine, no real free will. You don't really make decisions. You don't really get to make up your life. Second, the experience machine is illusory. It's not real. Third, the experience machine is artificial. It's not nature. You have no contact with natural reality. I want to say none of these are good reasons not to enter VR. I mean, one really important difference, the experience machine is pre-programmed. Your life just lives out a script. When you go into VR, even into a very simple virtual world, even Beat Saber, you get to make certain decisions. In, say, a world like Second Life or a VR chat, you get to make all kinds of decisions about who you interact with, what you do, and so on. VR is not pre-programmed like this. It's interactive. I mean, watching a 360-degree movie in VR, that's fully passive, but actual VR is not like that. It's interactive. You're not just living out a script. I want to say VR is not illusory. I already argued that. It can be perfectly real. It's true that VR is artificial. It's human-made. The actual VRs that we interact with on a headset, but I'm going to say so are cities. I live in New York City. It's a very artificial city, but you can still have perfectly meaningful experiences here. Some people prefer nature, and that's fine. In which case, cities may not be for them, and VR may not be for them. But that's optional and variable between people. I think you can still have a meaningful life in an artificial context. So in my view, our lives have meaning because of things like experiences, relationships, projects, achievements, and all these values can be present in VR, especially in a complex social virtual world. I mean, probably some of you have seen that the documentary "We Got Married in Virtual Reality" that shows extremely realistic relationships, communities, and relationships developing in VR. And I think it would be hard to argue that that's not, in many respects, just as meaningful as similar things that happen in physical reality. Of course, there are limits, especially for now, on VR. Embodiment is not quite the same, taste and touch, food and sex, and so on, obviously not quite the same in VR, but as time goes by and brain-computer interfaces develop and so on, all this will get richer. But even now, without those things, even despite the presence of significant limits, nonetheless, it's quite clear, I think, that one can have quite meaningful experiences in VR in virtue of one's experiences, one's relationships, one's projects, one's achievements. I mean, yeah, maybe missing some sources of value. I mentioned nature, there's birth and death, there's sheer physicality. But I'd also argue VR has new sources of value, new bodies, new forms of experience, near unlimited space, abundance of goods, instant travel, and so on. So I think in the long term, there are pluses and minuses for each. It's rational for some people to prefer physical reality, but also rational for others to prefer VR. Maybe this applies especially, say, for people who have limited access to the physical world, say because of disability or age or physical location. Then you know, VR can provide extremely meaningful experiences for them. Here's a passage from the book where, you know, people have the choice basically of living in a virtual reality on the one hand, or a terraform reality. Maybe Elon Musk has terraformed Mars, and you can go live on Mars in a new physical world, very different from the one we'd been in. And is one of those necessarily preferable to the others? I'd say it depends. You could rationally and meaningfully choose virtual reality or terraform reality. In many respects, I want to say they're on a par, at least eventually. So you can live a meaningful life in VR. That doesn't mean life in VR is going to be wonderful. Life in physical reality is certainly not always wonderful. It can be wonderful, it can be awful. I want to say same for the life in VR. Life in VR may be good or it may be awful, but in principle, the full scale of human experience is available. Which kind of connects to a question we raised earlier: is the prospect of life in VR utopian or dystopian? And I want to say both. I mean, you know, there are obviously utopian elements and there are obviously dystopian elements, and both are out there, and we should be thinking and planning very hard about how to maximize the prospect of life in VR. I mean, on the utopian side, you can say, yeah, well, there are, you know, new bodies that might last forever, new forms of expression in VR via these new bodies, new forms of experience things that you know, you can experience flying in VR. You can never experience normally, and many new forms of experience, near unlimited space to settle instead of crowded Earth. There's near infinite space in VR, virtual abundance. You know, once you've created one house in VR, you can trivially create a duplicate of it, and so on. Many people see room there for a potential post-scarcity society in VR, with room then for new forms of equality and justice. So that's the utopian side. On the dystopian side, I mean, of course, we have to worry about the fact that right now, most of these VRs, most virtual worlds are created by corporations, such as, for example, Meta. And they're basically, you know, created and governed by corporations. We have corporatocracies, or maybe even corporate gods. If you think about these, the creator of VR is like a god, all-knowing and all-powerful. You know, gods are omniscient, so the corporations here in principle, giving rise to all kinds of privacy issues. The corporations are potentially omnipotent, giving rise to manipulation issues, thanks to their power in virtual worlds. If you think privacy and manipulation are a problem in current social media, wait till you know, corporations are controlling the virtual worlds all around us. There's also going to be issues of seriously unequal access. There's the worry that we spend too much time in the virtual world, we may neglect the physical world, with dystopian possibilities there. So, okay, my guess will be the metaverse will be like the internet. It'll bring wonderful things, it'll bring awful things. It's very easy to anticipate both. I think in the case of the internet, I think the net value, I would argue, has been positive. I think we can at least hope that the same will be true for this coming metaverse, that the net value of that will be positive, but we'll have to see. Anyway, so that, just to reiterate my conclusion, my overall thesis is virtual reality is genuine reality, and I think the rest is up to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. This was a wonderful talk. I mean, like, I believe that most people in the audience will need to take a breath before asking questions, but still, I mean, are there any? We'll do it like you speak, I repeat, because David cannot really hear us. I mean, apart from me. So, okay, Quentin. Okay, Quentin was first. Go ahead.
Just mentioned that in virtual reality, you can have like full scale of human experience. But it seems to me, at least for now, probably in the future, that emotional experience, like fear, especially, or all innate survival behaviors, will be blurred just for one reason, that we are willingly going to the Platon cave. We know we are there. We know that if anything happens, if a snake is biting me, that's a fake one. And what's going to happen in the future is that even if we have the best reality ever, we will still know that we are in a virtual world, which have consequences of, for example, why we are learning a little bit slower in VR than in real reality. That's the general question. What for the future for that?
Right. Okay. You like really extended my working memory span, but I'll try to repeat it as good as I can. I mean, David, did you hear Quentin asking question or?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So this is going to be an actually good one. I mean, like, so look, nowadays, like whenever we go into virtual reality experience, you know, we are expected to feel some emotions like fear, for example. I mean, but you know, I mean, we are not really scared to death, I mean, virtual reality, because we know that the reality is virtual. I mean, we just put ourselves voluntarily to experience something like, I don't know, spiders. You were talking about spiders, for example, right? And this is somehow suppressing our experience. What do you think will happen in the future as technology advances? Yeah, so that was the question.
So no fear of death in VR, and this is thought to be like a bad thing because the fear of death makes our experiences meaningful, and without the possibility of death, it somehow makes VR less meaningful. Is that one of the implications here that's in the question?
Yeah. Well, so what will? Sorry, what? Can you repeat that?
Was this kind of an objection that because there's no death or fear of death in VR, this makes it less meaningful, or is this was this being put forward as a positive of VR? Yep, I hear you. Yeah, it seems right. And I mentioned very briefly birth and death as two of the very salient differences between VR and physical reality. At least for now, no one is born in VR, and no one really dies there, at least in virtue of what happens in VR. I mean, maybe there are cases where someone has a heart attack brought on by something in VR that we could count. But yeah, you die in the virtual world. It doesn't mean you die. Your body dies in the virtual world. Doesn't mean you die in the physical world. And that is a big. I agree. It's a big qualitative difference. In the long run, who's to say there might not be births in VR, at least of you know, AI creatures, and maybe even potentially death. But I guess I want to say birth and death are important things that do affect the meaningfulness of our lives, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Death obviously has many very negative elements, but it also, you know, the existence of death also gives us finite horizons that maybe make life, in some respects, more meaningful. For present purposes, I think I just want to say, you know, birth and death are not required for a given environment to be meaningful. And so all this is consistent with VR being meaningful. But I mean, it's totally true that a more careful examination of this would want to examine many of the elements which are very different in physical reality and virtual reality, and think about their upshot. Yeah, there's this whole movie, Children of Men, right, where no one is born anymore, and suddenly life seems much less meaningful for everybody. I guess VR is not quite like this. I mean, new people come into virtual worlds all the time, but it is qualitatively different.
All right, next question. I remember, Christian, you had one.
Yes.
So I have had many questions, but I just want to condense it down to two, actually. So one thing that confused me a little bit was that, so I was more interested in the whole concept of an imperfect virtual reality, because I was always under the impression that philosophers, when they say two things are identical, two things are indistinguishable, then they are identical. So the idea of this perfect virtual reality did not really, I didn't really understand that when I read it in the book, because I thought that wouldn't that mean that they are identical things? So that was my first question, and then I let it settle here.
No, I think yeah, no, I don't think indistinguishability in my sense entails identity. You have two two tables which cannot be told apart from each other. They'd be indistinguishable, but it doesn't make them the same table. And especially in this case, when we say VR simulations indistinguishable from reality, we just mean more like, can you tell the difference? I mean, there's big difference between them in practice. One is digital, and one is not. But indistinguishability is a epistemological notion. Identity would rather be a metaphysical notion. So, I mean, you do hear people sometimes use the word indistinguishability in philosophy for something like exactly the same properties, but I just intend more the epistemological reading. You can't tell from the inside.
Thanks. And the other question was like, so if consider a reality that is not a simulation of something that exists. So if you are running a simulation of like I don't know, evolution, and something like humans came up, then it doesn't mean that in the next reality up there will be humans as well. There could be completely different entities, right? So, but for us, even though there is not really any real, or in the sense that there is some reality up that represents ourselves, we could be still living a meaningful life, as you said, as entities that are just living in this kind of reality that is very distinct from what we would have, what our simulators would be, right? So
yeah,
okay. That was
oh yeah, totally. I mean, we needn't be the same as the simulated world could be very similar to the simulating world, or it could be very different. Nick Bostrom talks about ancestor simulations, where the simulating world is trying to simulate part of the simulating world, but it needn't go that way. Maybe it's 26-dimensional octopus. The simulators are 26-dimensional octopuses, and they wanted to try on simulating some 3 or 4-dimensional beings, just as an experiment. I think either way, our lives can be just as meaningful. Yeah, the meaning of our lives doesn't need to derive from some relation to the bigger world out there.
Hand it over to the next question.
Thank you very much for your talk. That was truly very inspiring. I have a question regarding this notion of, you mentioned that it's very pervasive in society that the virtual world is an illusion and it's not real. So you mentioned that it's been basically there, this idea from the start. And I think I fully subscribe to your idea here that it's actually real and it has meaning and all that. But I also agree that society doesn't see it that way, or it is very pervasive that it's not accepted as such. So what do you think about this? Will this change? And if yes, what will happen so that it changes? So what can create such a paradigm shift?
My sense is that it's already changing to some extent. It's at least somewhat generational. People in my generation, I think a lot of people think it's obvious that virtual reality is not real, digital reality not fully real, and so on. Whereas to members of younger generations, especially like digital natives that grow up with in these very highly digital environments. At least it's very natural to say at least being digital is obviously a way of being. When so much of your life is, say, social media with a digital environment, that's obviously real. And likewise, I think people who spend increasing amounts of time in virtual worlds are inclined to count that more and more as real. I don't know if I got actually surveys on this, but I've seen this happen before. A thesis I liked in the 1990s was that we could extend our minds with technology, and that maybe the computers you use can become parts of your mind. And back in the 90s, people found that very implausible. Now in the 2020s, where absolutely everybody has a smartphone with them most of the time, a lot of people take this to be obvious. So I think I see some kind of transition like that, largely deriving from people actually spending time in these environments and having fully meaningful experiences there.
Okay, more questions? Right. So, okay. Since we are still like okay with time, I wanted to ask one. So I really appreciate philosophers' ability to pose problems. We started with that. Easy or hard problems, no matter. But sometimes I'm missing solutions. And in this case, what like the utopian side of virtual reality. It sounded a little bit like an essay I read from Mike Graziano, I think already some years ago, where he was, he was saying that virtual reality is effectively, can be a way for us of having like real afterlife. We can be having endlessly fun, we'll not be dying, it'll be all great. Now so he portrayed it as a sort of fun computer game that we could be playing forever and ever. Now, if you played any, or if you're aware of like modern computer games, they very often like depend on downloadable content that you have to pay extra for. You have like limited functionalities. Really depending on the developers. Hence my question. How can we? You as a philosopher, can you tell us how can we prevent inequalities from happening in something as as fundamental as afterlife? As reality that humanity could be living in the future. Do you see any ways to solve that?
Afterlife is somehow, this expression afterlife, I think, almost diminishes it, really. I think in principle with VR and uploading and so on, it could just be a continued life. It will not be like an afterlife, which is like a game or an entertainment to play forever. Rather, what will happen is we'll just have continuing life, where in principle we can be engaged in fully meaningful activities and projects that matter and so on. And then, quality becomes all the more important there. It's not just a matter of people having access to the best, video game entertainment for their afterlives. It's a matter of the qualities of people's lives. And I'm sorry, I don't have a once and for all solution to the problems of equality and inequality. I think those problems do run extremely deep. But I do think that VR and digital worlds at least have some potential to address some aspects of the problems of inequality, especially those that derive from scarcity of many goods. It's like there's limited space, there's limited housing, there's limits on all kinds of things. In VR, there's at least the prospect that goods that were limited, that were scarce in physical reality, their analogs may be abundant in virtual reality, and that space is more indefinitely extensible. Housing is to a certain extent trivial, and so I don't think this removes by any means all the problems of inequality. Many of the problems of inequality are relational. They come from relations of power and dominance in society, which will probably still exist in a virtual world. But so I'm not going to be able to solve that problem for you, but I do think VR has some things at least to contribute.
Right. Okay. So thank you. No more questions? Ah, there is one. Okay, Luis.
Thank you. David, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to ask, it's probably related to 2 questions back, so whether virtual reality is an illusion or not. So do you think it's fair to say that virtual reality is real in the sense that it's made out of it and bits, digital ones, but that it could also be an illusion when taking into consideration that when we refer, at least when I think that virtual reality is an illusion, is because it's being compared with physical reality, right? Because when we talk about feeling of presence, the illusion of presence is the illusion of feeling like, for example, being in a stadium, but the real physical stadium. Not that it doesn't necessarily exist, but it's just an illusion or a resemblance of the physical thing. So you think both are compatible and not that one excludes the other?
Yeah, I think you can get illusions in VR in a number of ways. One of the ways you can get illusions is if it seems to you that all this is taking place in a physical environment and it's not, then that will be an illusion. So yeah, maybe just say you get an experience of a place you know very well, a football stadium you know very well, which is now simulated in VR. It's not a live broadcast, it's a simulation. It might be so convincing to you that it feels to you like you're in that physical football stadium, and that would be an illusion. But I don't think that's the typical case in VR. A lot of the time we know perfectly well we're in a virtual world. It basically feels like we're in a virtual world. Beat Saber is kind of more like that. For me, it's not really trying to give you the illusion that this is happening in a particular place in a physical world, and then in that case it needn't be an illusion. Yeah, so my thesis is not that VR never involves illusions. There's all kinds of ways you can get illusions in VR, but I think it need not. And especially for expert users who know perfectly well they're in virtual worlds and have no temptation to interpret this as going on in a physical world, then I think, yeah, nothing needs to be illusory there.
All right. David, thank you. Thanks so much. It's a pity you're not here with us physically. I mean, so that everyone could like jump on you during the coffee break. But it was really a pleasure and honor having you here. Thanks so much, and yeah, have a great rest of the day.
Thanks, and thanks for all the great questions.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So, right. So that was it. I mean, it's time to conclude the conference part. I mean, thank you all for like being here. Unexpectedly, this meeting turned out to be, well, really amazing. I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, it still is. Yeah, I mean, there will be hackathon, and yeah, I mean, resulted in a lot of collaboration, a lot of personal contact. I mean, even with people who you would expect them to be from the same bubble, but apparently they never met each other before. I mean, like physically. So we are really happy how it turned. I mean, and we know that we are not a crowd, but mainly thanks to that, I mean, we could all interact with each other. I mean, there was this is really amazing. I'm still like processing all the conversations I've had for the 2 days, right? So Christian, I mean,
on here.
Yeah, you guys have to turn it on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, thanks everybody for participating. So I just want to mention also all the support that we got. So here's a couple of companies and that actually supported us actively with doing this whole event. So it's the first time that we have the VR Summit here in Bochum, but I hope that you could convince yourself that this is a awesome new field of technology and of research that we, like the virtual worlds that David was describing, that we have to search and explore. And I hope that therefore you all come back when we do this next year again. We will see which time it will be, but it definitely will happen again. I'm definitely very happy that you all came, and I think we had a great range of speakers here, which I also want to thank again here at this point, at least to those that are physically here. So we are talking about virtual worlds, so we should also include, of course, that there's lots of virtual speakers that we don't even know if they really exist because they might be just simulations, but nevertheless, they did a great job in presenting their talks here. And last but not least, I want to thank all our team. So I hope that Sylvia also comes here, and I don't know where
they're busy with the
Sebastian.
hackathon, probably. Sylvia, we would like to invite you to the stage.
Yeah,
because,
sure. Come
Yeah,
over
you're
here.
definitely a person without whom this wouldn't happen.
Exactly. So there were also Sebastian and John here, which
they are solving real world problems right now. So
real problems, not like we are doing.
Yeah,
here,
exactly.
Right? Nevertheless, so
imagine them here. I mean,
yeah. So Sylvia, come here. So Sylvia did a lot of organization in the background, which you probably did not see. She was phoning all the time and checking that everything was like functioning perfectly. And John and Sebastian, who are not here because they are still solving problems, they are over there in the hackathon space. They are also they did amazing work. And also maybe as a representative of
Leon, I mean, we would like to
Leon.
invite you and Luca over. I mean, we would like to thank Black Ice Events because they are our organizing agency. But I mean, throughout the process of, like organizing this thing, they went like way beyond what the contract assumed. And they proved to be like expert organizers, problem solvers, and well, they are just great.
Yeah, exactly. So they put out a lot of little fires that you didn't see because we made sure that you wouldn't see them and solved problems behind the scene. And also before the event even started, solve problems. And I'm happy that we had such a great team here, and everyone else who also helped, which I hope that I mentioned everyone, but if there's anyone who I haven't mentioned, all those people that also supported us without me directly mentioning them right now are still like a great, have contributed greatly, and therefore,
I have someone. I mean, the hackathon team. I mean, so just Marius is sitting here, and I don't see.
Yeah, right.
Maybe they are also busy solving real world problems, but who? What? And Michael is also not there. But how about you join us here?
Yeah.
I mean,
so I mean, you probably haven't seen too much yet of the hackathon. That is all happening over there in the makerspace. And for those of you who are interested in that, you can go over there. But there was a lot of organization done by you, and I also thankful to that. Yeah, and many others. As I said, there were. As I said, there are many people that you haven't seen here, which are currently actually doing some work over there in the hackathon space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So thank you all for coming. I mean, we'll definitely organize this event next year. I mean, we actually want to make this a series of events, as I spoiled in the opening talk. But yeah, thanks again. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.